Love me, but you can't let go. Ooh. That you tell me to love. Wait, I need to put story. Hi Saku, hi Ashkelon, hello. Hi. How are y'all doing? How's it going? How is this Sunday treating you? Let me put the story. Nice, made it. I'm doing good. Hi Jake, hello. Look at who's there. Look who's there. Hi baby. Hi baby. Hi. You wanna go out of the window? I'm not letting you out. You'll never live in me. Hello. How is it going? Pera the Queen? Hell yeah. But you see, like, she really wants to get... You really want to get out of the window? Okay, let me just open it for you. Just chill. Oh my gosh, it's rushing. But I'm gonna have to keep the window open for you. What a pain. I didn't even turn on the lights. The right ones. But look at how nice the light is today. Holy! This is so nice. Hi. Hi. Did not receive a notification from Discord. Give it a second. It should be, like, it should give it out a little bit later, you know? Na, na, na. Wait, okay. Let me also fix the cam because I need you to be a little bit lower so you can see what we're gonna be doing today. Oh, too much. Alright. Like this. Hi! The tattoo is true? It's real? Yes. Yes, it is real. Yes, it's very real. Okay, fixing stuff. Holy! Hi Gab! Hi Smithy! Hello everyone! Hello. We have so many things to do today. I'm very excited for today. I'm very excited. What am I doing in my PJ? It's Sunday. You deserve to stay chilling. You deserve to chill. Oh yeah, do the check-in. Oh. Nemo in centro? No, Clyde. No. I'm chilling today. You saw me at Prime, Jen? Yeah, I was playing a little bit of Fortnite this morning at Prime. He's doing like a, how is it called? A charity stream? Oh my god, they've been live for 24 hours. It's crazy. Hi, Cami. Hello. Hi. I did not just wake up. I woke up at 8:30. I actually wanted to do the video that I was telling you about the, like, a genuine morning routine, you know, not with no bullshit behind. But I didn't do it because in the end, like, I went to have a breakfast and then I came back home and then I started playing Fortnite. I should have not. I didn't even realize the time. 8:30, yeah, but I had stuff to do. And in the end, I just played Fortnite. So what? Stupid me, I guess. Stupid me. At what time did you wake up? Hi, Jalford. I saw you on the other side. At 10? That's nice. Remember to do the check-in. And also the mood. Remember also the mood. 5 a.m. call? Wait, why did you wake up so early? What happened? 8:30 on Sunday? It's fine. Like, it's not... let's say that my job allows me to be able to sleep as much as I want to, you know? And it's more like when I want to wake up early, I do. Like, the other days, I also wake up early. But if one day I feel very bad, I can still wake up late because I start to work late, right? They raised so much money. They raised like around 20,000. Prime raised like around 20,000. Oh my god. We are building stuff. So what we're gonna be building today is actually this one. If you want to see how it will look like, oh yeah, let me show you. It's this one. This is how it's gonna look like, and it's so nice. Like, but it's also very difficult because it's not like a Lego, right? We needed to have this shit, the super glue. We have to use super glue. Yeah, yes, I did, Alk. And the coolest thing is that you can put these ones like to hold your books. You know, you can put it. You can either put it like to like as a decoration or to hold your books. This was gifted, all right, because I found like the ad by them, and I was like, oh, I like this, and I just texted them hello. I will never think that I'm an influencer or any shit like that, but the feeling when I just tell them, hello, I would like to have one of these things to then build it on stream. Can I have one for free? Yeah, sure. And they send it over like, all right, yeah, some power in my life, yes. Oh my god, I was like, all right, thank you. Oli. Okay, you didn't hear that. But it's so we're gonna build this one. It's gonna be a mess because it's not that easy. It doesn't look very easy at all. Hi, Princess. It doesn't look easy at all. Most probably it's a drop shipping product. Most probably job. But that's why I didn't like start like a collaboration or a partnership. Just ask them to send it over, and then I'm gonna just build it. If you wanna, you're gonna look at it with me. We're gonna build it together, and if you like it, you can get it. If not, I don't really care. Like it's more like, you know, us to create this. Room tour and a workflow explanation. I'm curious to find out how other people work. A room tour. I've never done a room tour. Maybe I should do it. But the point is, like, I'm currently still living with my parents, Mariani. Like, I'm not still, like, I'm back at living with my parents. So, like, I would show you my parents' house. That's kind of weird, I think. You know, what's happening in Rome? I'm watching the news this morning. It said that there was a protest in Rome. Really? I'm out of the word. I'm waiting for Tuesday when we have the breaking news by Tenet. Room tour is not possible. She would have to clean the other half of the room. Yeah, that's a mess over there. Not too much of a mess. You know. Julia, no, I know nothing without Tenet. Chat, that's the reason why I do that. If you didn't know, on Tuesday around like 3 p.m. we have Tenet, who is also a streamer on Twitch, who comes here and is also studying international politics or something. He comes on stream and just gives us like the news from the world, and that's amazing. Manifestazione per pace a Roma. Oh, really? Okay, so I'm so sorry if I'm out of it. I'm so sorry. I that's why I feel so shit. Like, chat, don't you also feel shit when someone comes to you like, oh, something happened in the world, and you're like, yeah, I read that. But at the same time, I generally I don't think that it's a priority of mine, even though it should, because I'm living on this hurt, and it should. So that's why we're bringing Tenet on stream, so they can help us out. I think that's okay. You saw it on TikTok? You did? Ready? I've read some groups in Italy protesting sending weapons to Ukraine. Seems like a French movement. Government hasn't committed to stop sending. I hope they don't. I don't know. That's... There's way too many points of view on that, right? Wait, let me find the... Okay, we're gonna do with... You know what we can do? We can have different we can have different playlists for today. Because, like... let me see if we have like an anime lo-fi. So we can do different anime lo-fi playlist. Let's see. So we can have like these kind of vibes while we build this thing, right? You did not say it on TikTok? Nice, good. But that's it, yeah, like we have so many pieces of this and it looks so complicated. One thing that I already noticed that I already missed is like I already noticed that I don't have the right batteries for this one. I don't have like, because like you can also put lights in it and it's gonna look so cool. AC, we're building this one. It's like a book stop, a book end. You know, I hope it's gonna be looking cool. The point is, like, it depends on how you are at building it, right? So this we're gonna see, but first we're gonna check the check-in, right? When I see the title, I thought you meant Sims. Oh, I'm sorry. No, we're building. Wait, is it actually? Does it look like The Sims? Building stuff. What is not The Sims? Music is very low. There we go. Oh, Jump, text me on, send me on, how is it called? Text me on Discord. Sure, if I have fun doing this, I definitely can have fun doing yours. Just send it to me. Anyway, first of all, we have to, how do you guys got, why am I here? We have to check the, oh, Sandra is back at it. I'm sorry, Sandra is back at it. Look at this. So we have, oh, we have the Dutch counter that we don't need the Dutch counter. Thank you. And not even the Pomo counter. Thank you. We have Sandro, top one. Jake right after, Hidden Partition. Angelo. Wait, can I see when did you check in? I cannot see. All right. Angelo. Oh, Rua. Metal. Goldrake, Meccanicarlo, Daniel, Anna. Lorenzo, Ashkelon, Dani, Marco, Ricky, Marti, Claudia, Michele, Euribor, iCoffice. iCoffice is still there. Third page, Cesira, Joel Ford, Gabbo, Shark, Lorenzone, Lancia, Guzmo, Cami, AC, Elisa, Simpson. Oh, Aria's missing. Aria, do the check-in. Aria, if you can hear me out, do the check-in. Don't forget about that one. And do also the mood one, you know? Like, look at that. You can, I don't know if Sandra put any. No, they didn't put, they didn't put. Oh, they're always checking in at midnight, but they didn't put any. Oh, there is the mood. There is the mood. Here you can see your mood. How does the check-in correlate to your mood? Oh, this doesn't work, I guess. Let's see someone else. Jake, did you do the mood one? Let's see if it worked with you. You see, here we see how they're going. Okay, this one is not working. We should tell Ank. But here we can see how they switched, how they went. You see, they should be. I have to talk to Ank to this because the two should be at the same here. 3, 4, right? Oh no, because this is like only today. This is only today. I am confused. We have to figure it out how this one works. Right? Oh wait, Peta is still having her own time outside the window. Let me close a little bit the curtains. You're coming in? You're coming back in, baby? Come back in. You're coming back in. Come back in. No? Okay, I'll let you there. Can you see her? Can you see her little... Wait, here. There she is. Alright, someone is mad. Someone is very mad. Alright. Anyway, let me close a little bit the curtains. There we go. Nice. Floyd? What about Floyd? Floyd is not here. He's not gonna be with us. I think that later I will have to go get the light that I still have in my luggage. I still have it in the luggage. But you wanna start to build? Fabio!
Good to live in fear, but no stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
Fabio, thank you so much for the name. It's a baby, Fabio! We're having a baby! Oh! How are we calling it? Fabio, thank you so much for that. I also wanted to show you this. So you know that I put like some stuff on the wish list for Christmas. So if you want to help me out to make the stream more Christmassy, you have the option there. You can also, if you see other things on Amazon Italia and you want to just suggest them, just drop the link there, and I should be able to accept it. And actually, Prof got me these ones, and I'm very excited to put them on. I'm already for the Christmassy vibes. I'm sorry. I'm already ready for the Christmassy vibe. Look at this. Look at this! I'm thinking, where should I put them? I'm thinking about like, maybe here. You see, like here? Thinking here they would look good, so they also go over there, or the curtains, and they go also a little bit there, but I'm not sure. I will have these issues. Oh, I will have so many issues. It's fine. It's completely fine. On my head. You tried and you failed. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'll give you wine for Christmas, not decorations. No worries, I already have that one too. I'm not missing that one. Sorry, I cannot distract her. She will not come over here. Hello. Hi, I didn't notice you coming here. Do you come here often? Hi. Hi. No, you can go. It's fine. I don't really care you being here. What? No, don't eat. Beta, what the fuck are you eating? No. She just ate a piece of paper. All right. Beta, you're good. You're having so much food already. Come here. Beta, look at here. I have a little bit of a spot for you. Beta, come here. Come here, give me content. Come here. Let's work together. You know, like, I'll give you a spot on the stream and then I'll also give you food. Come here. Come here. You piece of shit. She wants to get out. Wait, I have to open the door. She wants to get out. Alright, never mind. No. I think that I have... Oh! There's a hole in... There's a... Okay, I can never turn around because I have a hole in the back of my pants at the height of my butt. I just realized... Fuck. It's small, but you could see like my butt, so no. Yeah, most probably there was yesterday too, I just noticed. No, but I like these pens. They're so good. They're so good. That it farting? Shut up. So, do you want to start building? Do you want to start building something? Hi, Chezira, how are you doing? I'm never gonna turn around. I'm never gonna do this. What are you up to, chat? If I can give you a suggestion, let's do this a very, very cozy momentum. So just get yourself some tea or tisane or whatever you want. Get yourself a book if you like it. And we start like building shit together. Like you can watch me. So like it says that we should try these ones to if it works. And by the way, there's also like the Chinese description, so I can also do that. I cannot. There are stickers. There is one of these. I think that to like make it better. And then this paper. Oh, don't break already. And then this paper. Let me move this one there. All right. Let me move all the things in the bag. You go way back. Let me put actually a cool background here. Okay. You know what I would love to do in the next future? Do you remember that we used to have... Oh, they added more things. We used to have like a collab with Lo-Fi. Fosse livello per cotto is it good anyway? Yes, it's even better. We used to have a collab with Lo-Fi. I think that we can get to have like another collab with them. I would love to because that was beautiful. You see, like those are they make these kind of backgrounds. Really, really love them. Really, really dig them. Train journey. Oh, let's go for a train journey. Okay. All right. But no music, right? No music. All right. There we go. What are you building? What do you mean we don't really know? It's this one. We're building this one. Wait, let me pull out a picture maybe of it. What's their name? Anarvin. You find their like logo, their Instagram also on my Instagram in the stories. Let me pull out a picture of what we're building so I can place it there, and you can see it. I cannot save the picture. Snipping. No. How do I don't want those lines. Oh, alright. Wait, how do I... Can you just work as I want you to work? Okay, like this. Let me put this picture over there so we're all aligned on what it is. Wait, can I? No. Browse, download book, this one. We're building this one right here. Let me put it way back here. Maybe up here. That works, right? Or should I put it on top of you? Okay, so you know what we're doing. We're doing this, right? Yeah, you can put it at the end of the bookshelf to stop the books, but you can also like have it like a decoration one. So you can put the lights in it and then it gets to look better. Wait, I also want to take already out the light that we will need later so I don't stop later. Did I leave here something? I did not. Because I brought this one with me to when we were on the trip, you remember? And way too many. Wait, let me find it. I brought the ring light with me when we went to France because I knew that I was going to be mad at the light. In fact, I was mad at the light. You know? Alright. What do we do today? This one. We do that one. And I also have to fix the light and then we're ready. Sorry, maybe I should have done all of this before starting streaming. But I realized that I was late and I didn't want to make you wait too much. Otherwise you would have been scam. Oh my god, such a scam. You know? Yeah. We're doing it right now, Atkir. We're doing it right now. Alright. Oh. I step on it. Okay. Nice. We are ready. No, there you cannot see the candle, but I can put it up there. Oh, there was the chair. Oh, I saved my butt. Right there. I saved my butt. Whew. Not turning again. You ditch. I left this one on the entire night, by the way. No, we don't need this one. Okay. Okay. Cheers. No, you did not see. You did not see my butt. Anyway, we should be ready to start. We should be ready to start building shit. I don't know if I want to build on this one. I think that this one will not. Or maybe it will. No, maybe I should have it. I should keep it. But let me put it here. So we have more space. I'm gonna... Sorry if I'm the preparing side. It's taking so long. But I want it to be like to start and we are ready, you know? A scissor, I don't know. With the glue. Yeah, same. Same. I foresee a lot of problems there too. So... we have different, like, that's how it comes. It's all made of wood. Or like a kind of a wood, you know? I will at least put something on my mouse pad. You think that I should put something over this one? You think? What should I put over it? Shall we do a prediction for the disaster? Yes, you can, but I'm not gonna do a disaster. What should I put over this one? Like a towel? But a towel would be worst, right? What if I just don't... What if I just remove this one? In case it just goes on this wood, then I think that sooner or later I will have to change. Some newspaper. I don't think that we have newspaper since ages, you know? Remove it. Okay. Alright. Oh, this is so dirty. What is this? Please don't look at the dirt under my mouse pad. I never look what there is under. Alright. This looks nice. I just maybe want one more camera. Wait, I want one more camera. I want one more camera. Wait, I know I'm a pain. I know. But in the end, the results are gonna be nice, you know? In the end, the results are gonna be nice. Even if I'm a pain. Alright. You see disaster with a wooden table? But it's like, I paid like $20 for this wooden table. You know? Alright. Will you stay here though? Let's see. Oh, I have to connect. Fuck, I forgot that I have to connect stuff. You know? Never think about it. Not showing my butt. Not showing my butt. Not showing my butt. Nice. Wait, where are you? Oh. Ah. Oh, I messed up with the cam link. I messed up with the cam link though. Right? Oh, I messed up big time. I messed up big time. Come back, Camlink. Come back. I messed up big time with the Camlink. No! Holy shit, fuck. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Give me the second. Come back to me, Camlink. Is the cam not gonna work anymore? Oh. Give me the second. Oh my god, I'm dumb. Camlink should work now. No, it is not. Oh, it is. Now it should. Power! Yes. Oh, nice. Ah, nice. Baiting? What do you mean I'm baiting? I'm not. Let's podcast. I'm not. No, we're not doing the podcast. But now I should be able to add. Let me remove this. Let me remove this. So many things to remove. We don't need this. We don't need this. Yes. Okay. Oh my god, we're so. Let me add the other cam. Logitech? Oh. Let me change it. Why? Logitech Stream Cam activate. Oh hi. Oh, this was a very close up to my hand. All right. You see? This is nice. This is worth it. That's why it took us so long, so we could do something nice. You see, nice things comes with time. I just. Oh no! Don't go vertical. Don't go vertical on me. No, this is. Wait, maybe I can put you way back up here. Hey, hi. Hi. Oh, I can actually make it like this. Alright, no booba cam. But, whoa! I got scared by my own self. You saw the hole? It's impossible. I never showed it. Oh, this is perfect. This is so perfect. Oh my god, I'm so proud of myself. Let's go. Oh, nice. Oh, this should be fine, right? No. I'm sorry if I'm a pain. You know that I like these things to be okay-ish. Alright. We got this. Oh, I'm sweating already. In general, you're gonna have to do like mine. Let's go. Okay, now we can go. Yeah, the stream is over. That's exactly what we were doing. You like the new camera setup? Thank you. Let me know if you think that I should move stuff somewhere else, or like if things are too big or anything like that, alright? I need to pay attention to two cameras now. I get it. But you cannot see much from this one, I would say. But we have different pieces of wood right here. We have these things that I'm going to put actually in the box back here. We have the glue. I got some pins. I don't know if we're going to use them. If we can, we will see. But oh, my only 38% thinks that it's going to go great. What's happening? And this will building us it up by shut up. So we have to start with the first step. And the problem is like, I don't know how we are gonna do this this whole thing, because chat, I have long nails and it's always been a problem for me to do it with the long nails, to do stuff. Especially when they have to be like so precise stuff. First step, problem. And maybe a little bit zoom. Yeah, I can zoom it. Can I? Wait. I can do this, and then I can just crop it, crop it, crop it. There we go, I zoomed. Hehe. Hehehe. Smart. Anyway. To have the nails done again. I have to make my nails, by the way. I have to think about another thing, but look at them. They sound good. We have to find the right one. Look at these. Okay, so there are like these ones are like for the back and the sides. This one is like for the little pieces. You see, like here, I can show you here. All the little pieces. All right. So let's divide the pieces from like the background ones. These are pieces, pieces. We can also have like a cat in it. A cat and a person in it. Okay, other pieces, pieces, and pieces. It doesn't. They look. They like. They good. They sound good. And kept his. Yeah, he likes his nails. Have you ever painted your nails? There's doggo or cat. We need to find this one. E6. Where's the E6? It looks like a little bit peculiar, so we should be able to find it easily. Oh, there we go. I think these are the ones. These are the E. How do we... Do they come out or do I... I wonder, how do we cut them out? E6 is this one. How do we... Do we just do it like this? Do we just do it like... Wait, how do you... I don't want to break it. I'm scared of like... Okay, now it is coming off. It should be like this, right? It should be like I push them and they should come out. I'm so... Okay, that was the right thing, that break. We're building this thing. I'm building this one. Let's change the music, by the way. I don't like this lo-fi. Okay. This... Yeah, Porto, yeah. No worries. Okay, we have the first piece. E6, and then we need E9 and 2E9, which are these two. That looks the same. I hope I'll get more confident the more we go on. So I can break them faster, you know. Because they're supposed to be made of the same thing as the ones on the side. And the ones on the side, I'm like breaking them. Like, you know, the things on the side. Oh, we're supposed also to clean it a little bit with this one. Is that a permanent tattoo? No, it is not. In the next days, if you want, I can tell you I will give you like a code that you can use if you want to get the same tattoos or like different ones. But still, same concept of having like fake tattoos for a couple of weeks. So you can try them, you know. You can try it out if you like that.
Oh, Primo, that's a fresh one.
Simon, you just...
Fresh out of the box.
box. Simon! Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. Chat, can I see a lot of love for Simon since they're like super newbie here? I appreciate you. Oh, mods, then I think that we have like, we should have like something. What? There should be like a category arts and craft, right? So it says to put it like this, and then we have to have 2 flowers out. And one that is with the... Oh, we're already starting with the glue. We're already starting with the glue. Fuck, okay. Oh, here 2's... Okay, wait. From the front. Okay, from the front. This one has 2 showing. Showing here. And this one has only 1 showing. Here. So they're a little bit asymmetrical. Like this. Okay, so this one only 1. We're starting. We're already starting. Yeah. How people reacted to your tattoo? Yeah, Kyobo. There's like people. There's 2 category. Oh, and there's no arts and craft, Kami. There's no arts and craft. Wait, isn't it supposed to like? Oh, fuck! It was just... Only art? There's no arts and craft, Sag. Wait, how many are... Oh, fuck, I forgot. Only 1 on this side. Okay, only 1. I'm not putting too much. I'm scared, like... I don't even know if this is the right glue to put here, you know? Because this is like... Maybe I should have had like the one for the wood. The only thing is like they should have provided the glue, I think, right? gonna get so used to the glue later. Not now. Okay, so we're covering just one flower. Okay. Stay there. Alright. Oh, what do you? No. Up there is not perfect. Okay. Perfectly there. You don't need to put too much. G, not needed. Okay. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. And here we're putting 2. Alright, here we're putting 2. I'm just scared, like, that what if it unglues itself? Well, like, I put it back, I put it up, and then it unglues itself. Oh my god, the smell of the glue, it's so good. Oh, fuck. I fucked it up. I already fucked it up. I need them to be like... Do I have something to tell you? What do I have to tell you? What about it? What should I tell you? What am I... What? What are you insinuating? Okay, so we did this. And then we keep it on the side while we wait for it to, like, dry a little. Then we need E15, which is this one. Oh, fuck. I removed the wrong part. No, you're not supposed to come out. The other one is supposed to come out. Fuck. Hey, stop. Oh, well, I still need you later, but okay. I'm so confused on how am I supposed to remove these ones. Well, I'll tell you, are you telling me that you don't like the smell of the glue? Are you actually gonna be there and telling me that you don't like the smell of glue? What's wrong with you? I'm so scared of breaking this. Oh, okay, not broken, not broken. I wonder, how do you think that they prepare? Oh, you prefer cake smell? But there are those kind of smells that, like, are good, right? Like gasoline. Who likes gasoline in chat, like a smell? I do. I really, really like gasoline smell. And then we need also these ones. Yes. I'm so sure I'm gonna break one of these things. You love it, right? Everyone likes gasoline, right? Who doesn't? Who is the weirdo that doesn't like gasoline? Is there anyone in chat that doesn't like the smell of gasoline? We need to put this one down here. Oh, with the brown up. And then, what? But this is not as large as that one. This is not as large as it is. You know? What is this? How am I... What? This one has to go like this. So this one goes here. Hands! Hans, thank you so much for that. Thank you for the 2 months with the Prime. Welcome in. Nice to have you here. Okay, here we have to... I think I'm gonna approach it in a different way. I'm gonna put this one on top of the other one. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. We're gluing one part. Like this one, it's fine. Alright. I don't even see if I'm putting glue on it. Oh, yes, I definitely put glue there. Nice. And now we wait. Oh. And now we wait. Like this. Why is it weird to hear me talking in English? How is it weird? Federico, my day is going very well. Oh, Federico! Hi, Federico. My day is going very well. What about you? Is it a too fake? Nope. Okay. Okay, that one is okay. We need to put these ones. But I feel like... Are they even the right parts? E17, yes, they are. So they're definitely going here. Even though I find it weird. Okay, we have to glue this side and under. Oh. You see, this is where my nails are a bit complicated to use. Thank you for trying to scare me in this very delicate moment. Oh, no. Alright. Do you want to have a bigger zoom on what I'm doing? Or like tell me if you think that I should fix the angles in a different way. Oh, there it is. So down here and down there. Alright. Stufa di Rudolph? What? Oh, did I fuck it up? I fucked it up. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. I was not supposed to put glue there. I was supposed to put it here. Okay. Alright. Alright. Oh. No. Okay. Maybe we could swap the cams so we can see better what there is on the desk. Yeah, but the other cam, it's very ugly. Wait, give me a second. Let's wait for it to stay there a little bit. Okay, so what if... because trust me, the other one, it's really, really bad. You see? See how bad it is? What if... come pixel art. What if we do this? Okay, we're gonna be playing a little bit of a Tetris game, alright? I'll put this one on top of chat. I'll put the book image over here, tinier. Would this work better? Because I swear, oh no, the quality of that, or I can just actually sweep one nice. I can put you back there and just put it there. But then I don't know if I can turn it down. What am I building? This one, Fede. This one. What? Nah. Swap them? Oh no, I can physically swap them. Wait. No, you're not gonna see my butt. It's fine. I'm just gonna move you around. You're gonna most probably see a side of my room that you've never saw before. So what if I put you here? What if instead of from the top, I'll put you like... Wouldn't this be better? Wouldn't this angle be better than actually from the top? So I can just get you closer, you know? Yeah, right? I think that here you see way better. Wait. You can see yourself. What about... Woo! What about this? And we have this one as the crappy cam. But... Oh wait, stop going vertical and then horizontal. Don't go crazy. So here you have my face. Stop, Boobacam. Thank you. Okay. This looks fine. This is actually how people see me when I'm in meetings. When I go on meetings, that's how people see me. Anika, oh shit, I cannot stay like that. Oh. Hi. Alright. Then I'll bring myself back up there. I would say we bring back the book here. We bring back this one here. I'll crop. Not crap. My face here. Okay. My god, wait, look at how professional we look. Holy. Look how professional we look. This is really good. This is really, really good, I think. I think that it's better than like high, like from the like from high ground, you know? So here we can see better what is happening. Ooh. Can I please have a clap on this? Let me put more light. So we have, wait, I can also do it from here, I think. Yeah. Yeah, you have more light here. And also more light here. All right. Nice. Thank you for the claps. Really not asked for those claps, but appreciate you. Oh my goodness. Oh fuck, I was going to slap everything. So I was building this one. Like, you see, I have to build this one, which is gonna be the little terrace. You see, I don't even know what is this? Or maybe the ones on the side. There's something on the side. But that's where it is. This is what we're building. So this is like the little terrace. You see that it's gonna be like this on the side. It doesn't look too crappy. Like we have it. And now we have to do, we have the things that we did, we put them here. To let them finish gluing up. Okay, and then we need E14 and E13. Alright. Alright. You never seen this Lego? It's not a Lego, it's like another thing, like more difficult than Lego because you have to actually glue the stuff together. Remind me always to close the glue, please. Hi, Nay. Hello. How are you? It is harder than Lego for sure. Like you have Lego. If you mess up, it's fine. You can just unplug and do it again. Here, oh no. You see that there are all the little things that we're gonna have to add later. It's so nice. Can I set the focus on my hands? Alright, better. You're right. Tell me if I'm ever out of focus, so. Oh no, you can see how dirty it is down here. Don't. Shit, I have to get. I saw that on IKEA. In IKEA, there's like, let me actually put the chat over here so I can see you better. I noticed that on IKEA there's like wooden stuff that I can use for my, instead of this, like wooden, how are they called? The wooden, fuck. Come on, words, come to me. You can also see my famous scar on the right hand. Yeah, I have a scar here. I don't know what I did it from. I don't know. Yeah, I did it from like, how is it called? A box. I was putting something back to the box. Yeah, a wooden plank. And I have another one here, symmetrical. But I also have this one. I have no idea why I have this scratch. No idea. That is completely out of my understanding. By the way, we have to put this one over this one. Are they like at the same height? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Hi, Angelo. So let's just put some here. Some at the end. I cannot even see if I'm putting it. Okay, now I put it. And then we put also some in the middle. And some here. Okay. All right. Oh, well, no, don't detach. Stay. Stuck. What happened to the hand tattoo? It faded away. It faded away. I didn't put too much glue. Oh, Federico, this was gifted. This was gifted by the company. If you want to look at their website, they have others, but this one, like, it was the one that I liked the most. Maybe if we continue, like, it was just gifted. It's not promoted, no nothing, all right? Just, I asked them if they could send me one because I wanted to try it. And if I like it, then I'm going to tell you, like, we can go for a collab. For now, like, it's been nice. Okay, we did another part. We need to do these ones, right? E10, 11, 12, 12. All right, we have to do like a somehow of a box. If we like it, chat, I can ask them maybe for a code of discount or like something like that. I don't think that they do affiliate because they have like I think that they're like a drop shipping one, you know. So I don't think that they're that advanced, but what cameras do I look? Okay, so this one is a Logitech. Oh, you have it. This one is the Logitech and this one is the you right here. You are the coolest one, the Sony. By the way, yeah, I think that if there's any mods in chat, you can move us to the art category. I think that it should be fine. I don't know if we were already moved there. Did Cami discover the command to turn the camera off? No. We did like 30 minutes. Okay. I thought that in the end we didn't move it. Sorry, Cami. I thought that in the end we did not do it. Wait. I want any of this to get stuck in the creation, you know. So we have to make it like this. We need to put on the parts that are empty up here, this one, like this. Oh my god, this is gonna be complicated. They're starting to get smaller and smaller parts. Okay, we need to put this one there. Okay. I'm just gonna put it on the lower one so it's easier. Do they go like this? Yes. Why are you trying to scare me? There is... It takes a little to calm down the glue. Maybe I should, like, for the next time, I should get, like, a better glue, like, easier to apply one, you know? Because I'm not putting too much. But at the same time, it's either, like, I get a big chunk of glue or none at all. Okay. So we put first the long ones, I would say. Oh, no! Fuck my nails. Okay. Let me fix it a little bit backward. No. Don't fall. No. This is such a precise thing to do. You know, it's like if we were doing so. Oh, they also have like other things like Hogwarts stuff, like Harry Potter inspired stuff. Where did I buy it? Oh, if you go on my Instagram stories, you find the link to their Instagram. Oh shit. Okay, I think that I'm gonna use these ones. Oh yeah, they don't fit. Okay. You get in there. You go, girl. You go over there. No, get down. All right. I think that the glue dried. But it should take a little bit before drying, right? So I should still have time. All right. Okay, and now we fix it. Okay. Oh no, it's not straight. That's what your dad said. Drop booba? You don't see boobas. Okay. Oh no, I think that there is completely no glue under this one. Yeah, let me add more glue. Okay. Nice. All right. Please don't break. Please don't break. No, no, no. Okay. Okay. This was so difficult to do. This was so difficult to do, but we made it. Oh, look at that. We have to do like some AC stuff. Wait, oh, we don't have the zoom over there. Oh, wait, don't have zoom. Well, we have to in like this thingy. Okay, I'm not gonna grab it up because I'm too scared of breaking it. We put it right there. We need to do the AC. Not AC, you immediately give up with these kind of things. It's fine, it's like it's relaxing, you know? And I wonder, how can you still be playing League of Legends and have this small patience, you know? Because these are the things that we need for the AC. Oh, I need to... Be careful with those or you'll get 100... Why? Such a chill streaming? Yeah, today it's gonna be a chilled one. Today was also kind of chill, wasn't it? Well, I mean, at least the fingernails are good to like break these things, you see? Look at the technique. Just put the finger, like nail in it, and it comes out. Oh, my finger got stuck there. I guess it's patient for different things. When it comes to craft, putting things together, logically constructing something, it's just not me. Really? I love to play things from IKEA, you know? I love to play things from IKEA, like to a point, like when I was in Paris, living there, like as a student. Oh, this is not, this is like putting things together. When I was living there were friends that like bought stuff for their house, and they were asking me to help them, cause I loved it. I loved to do it. So what we have to do is like, we have to put this one up, this one up here, this one down here. So it's gonna come out like this and like this. But we have to glue it. So we have to glue this side on top, this one, and this side. Okay. Let's see if we can make it. Oh. Wait, there's a critical moment. Merluzzi! Merluzzi, thank you so much. Merluzzi, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Welcome back. Welcome back. You fixed your coffee machine? That's amazing. You know something else that I would like to do? Like, okay, so I don't have a car. My sister had like got the car from my mom. Like my mom used to have a car, and when she got another car, she just gave it to my sister. Yeah, not to me, if you were wondering. And I was like, and now my sister, like, as everything my sister touches, like the entire car is broken. Not the engine. The engine is still fuck, I fucked it up. The engine is still doing very well. Like the engine is so good. It's like a Golf, all right? It's from 2005, I think. It's a Golf from 2005 and the engine is really good. Fuck, I stick my finger to it. But the inside, it's like she broke all the thing that it's on top of it. We need to collab with a rental company, G. Oh, yeah. Wait, I'm just focusing. Okay. So I was thinking, if there is anyone out there who is like, how do you say, a mechanical, how do you say that in English? The people that work on cars, how do you call them? Oh, I'm breaking everything. Oh no, I'm breaking everything. Oh no. This is so complicated. Oh, it's too small. Okay. How do you call the people? Car mechanic. Car mechanic. No, mechanicalo is not a car mechanic. But I was thinking, if there is like a car mechanic out there, I would love like to fix some stuff in the car as a little project, you know? I would love like to, every Sunday, I bring you with me to the mechanic and we just fix the car together. Like, it will be like the things that are in the inside, because like it's mostly inside stuff. But it will be so good to just do the things that are inside the car again. Oh my god, that would be so, so cool. You have no idea how much I would love it. You have no idea. Wouldn't that be good? Wouldn't that be freaking awesome? Like, as we are fixing this, we could just fix the thing. Yeah, pimp my ride kind of style, but like that would be like not even pimping. It's like fixing my ride. Because I swear that car has so many issues now. Like the front, not the how do you call it? Like the, if you go in, the ceiling of the car is broken. Like it's all melted and fallen down. Like I cannot go around with something like that. Not because like, oh my god, I'm so fancy, I don't care. No, it's not about that. It's like it can be dangerous because it when it falls down, it covers like the window. Like, you know, when you the mirror that you use to look back, when the things from the ceiling falls down, you cannot see anything in the back. You know, that's so bad. Okay, I think this was really teeny tiny, but we're getting it. We're getting it. Am I missing one part? Am I missing one part? I think that they gave me one more for no reason. So like if I lost it. How much do you know about cars, chat? And like, you know what, it would be so good, why I would love to do it? Because like my granddad used to do these things all the time. Wait, we can really see it, by the way? Oh, it's because like, oh wait, let me focus it. Now you see it. Now you see it a little bit better. Look at how small it is. They have 4 wheels. Nice. Oof. Okay. Okay. Do you see how small this shit is? Cars have 4 tires and that's all we know about them. Nice, nice. We could learn about it. Don't you ever feel like when you see those movies when there's like a mechanic doing shit and like pimping stuff, don't you ever feel like, oh my god, I would love to be able to do that? I feel that all the time. We just have to put this one on top of it and we're done with this. AC. Oh, nice. No, you don't? Am I the only one? Am I the only one who gets that feeling? Sorry, I'm also trying to like very... I think that will be a very cool project. Like also like, what about like getting a van? What about also like getting a van, imagine, like a ugly one, and just make it into a cool van that you can use to go around. And there's people that get like school buses in the US because they look good. I don't think that we have cool school buses here. I don't even know if we have school buses. Do you have school buses? Do you have school buses in your town? In Italy or wherever you are? When I was, okay, listen, when I was little, people were playing the doctor, the people were playing, I don't know, anything. I was playing the mechanic. Like, I was pretending that people were coming to me with stuff, and I was just, oh, la 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 la, fixing, oh, fixed, done. You know? That's what I was doing. Mechanic, oh my god, oh, that was my dream. Instead, I had Barbies. Donut Media on YouTube, they work on cheap cars and fix simple stuff. It's very entertaining and well explained for noobs like us. Pitolo, can you send it to me on DMs on Discord? That would be so nice. Okay, look at this. Oh, I'm gonna... Wait. Look at... We fixed it. Look at this. We made that. We made that. That is a nice... air conditioning. And now we need to do this part. Wait. I always have to just change the focus. Oh, I have to do this one. I'm thinking maybe I can find another kind of focus mode so I don't have to keep changing. Manual focus. Automatic. Single shot. What if... Oh, automatic. Oh, it's not. Alright. Okay. Continuous. I think. Tell me if it gets bad, but I think that this is the best option that we have for like the focus. Like the continuous one. So whenever I like do this, it changes without me having to change it. On the front cam, so you don't have to change focus every time. Yeah, but here you don't really see very well. Here you see way better. Right? I saw a random episode Martin Dujar video and I saw you. Yeah! Oh yeah, Edu, yes. Yes, we were there. Okay, so these are things that we don't need. These are things that we don't need. I'm just gonna I'm gonna put them in the box that we have in the back. So I'm sure I'm not like I'm sure like not losing them, but at the same time I'm not, they're not in between stuff. So also like these things. Alright. It's not a Lego. It's not a Lego set. Oh, Peta wants to come in. Wait, let me open the door. Come back in. Come. Ciao. Ciao. Ciao, baby. Let me turn off the candle since we don't need it. Alright. Ciao, baby. Ciao. Hey. Ciao. Don't jump on the desk though. You cannot jump on the desk. You wanna come up here? Come on me. Come on, my dumps. No, not on the desk. Not on the desk. Not on the desk. We cannot go on the desk. You can only stay here. Yes. Alright. No, I said not on the desk. I said, Pera, I said not on the desk. I don't have much power in this house, I have to say. But why are you sniffing? Yeah, I smell like glue. She's confused to what is happening. Pera, no. Don't eat the stuff that we just made. Okay, thank you for passing by. Enjoy your terrace out. She's smelling the candle. She's like disgusted. Okay, let's go on. To pay attention to the... Oh, we need... Okay, we need this one. Oh, do we have to cut it? We have to cut shit. We have to cut this. Oh, we have to make it this way. Okay, so we need a C1. Okay. Okay, we don't need any E anymore. We don't need E anymore. Let's go to a C. What are you? F, H, D. Well, let's put them in order already. Like D, H, C. Okay, we need this one, by the way. We need one. But then we have G that comes right after the F and before the H. Do you have a number? A B, all right. Here, then we have A, and this must be J. Oh, J? What? All right. You are in order now. And the E, let me put you. Before the F. All right. We need C. C1. C1. You see that we have the cat? Cat, doggo, and lady. Learning alphabet with G? Hell yeah! Can you say cat? Okay, bigger things are more difficult to remove from the... Okay, I'm just gonna break the things that are on the side. Imagine if we need also the things that are on the side. Okay. Let's clean it a little bit. And then we have to make it of the same shape. This one has to be the same shape. All right. So let's do this. I need a pencil. Do I even have a pencil? Oh, wait. Do I even have a pencil? I have so many things, not sure if I have a pencil though. Oh goodness. I can just use a red pen, I guess. We're gonna try it out. I didn't say holy! I didn't! Stop lying. Pero, did you just leave like this? Oh, by the way, yeah, you can clearly see it. Pero, you wanna go out again? You're a pain in the ass. Oh, what a pain. And I got this. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, I broke you entirely. Sorry about that. Okay. Oh, you're back. Oh, sorry. Still see? Okay. Almost dead, yes. I'm so focused. Because I feel like if I mess up with this one, I don't have any more, you know? They should definitely send more of this. Why do you keep sending those every single time I make you fall? Okay. This one is perfect. We just have to place it here. And this is gonna be like a rooftop. You see? This one is gonna be like a rooftop. I'm gonna do like the corners. I'm just waiting for it to go down. And also maybe here, in the middle, and here, and here. Okay. Okay. Oh. This is a... How do you say amianto in English? Oh, thank you for the command. What is that? Amianto is like the thing that they used to do like things of buildings with. And then they found out that it's toxic. Asbestos? Asbestos? Look at this. It's perfect. Okay, this one is perfect. We need to add... what is this? Oh, the one that we made. Oh, shit. Okay, so we have to start doing things together. So this one... we have to put here. Oh, but we need... what is that? F2 and F1. F2 and F1. F are after the... wait, this one. F. Oh, this one. Oh, they're so high. They're so high. They're super high. We'll know what book N is without further explanation. Well, you can just say that it's this thing right here. That is it, right? Book end. JJ, is book end the right thing to say? Look at all the line toys that we will have to add later. So cool. All right. Let me. Okay. Also this side. All right. So we have to put, these are way too high. What the heck? Oh. They have to go like this. You see? Right here. Do they even fit? Push it. Push. Maybe this way then? Push it in. I'm not gonna glue them even. I don't think that they need to be glued. Like, look at this. They don't need to be glued. Right? Do you think that it still should? It is all made of wood, Sarah. Oh. Do you think that I still should put glue even if they're just clicking into each other? Maybe just a drop for safety. Well, let's see if I can. I don't think that I can remove it now. Okay. Too fair. I don't even want to know nothing. Okay. Just a drop for safety. Gotcha. Oh, I like the clickety. I would love it more, I think, if it was more like clickety than actually like that. Hi, Kamikaze. I would have like preferred it was like adding Castro, you know? Because glue is giving me anxiety. What if I glue the wrong thing, you know? Come on, get in. Oh, I cannot even do it the other way. Like, they have to. Oh my god, I'm fucking scared. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Super glue is terrifying? Yes. Okay. We got it. We got it. We got it. Oh my god. After getting freaking scared, we got this. Just go back. And now we have to put the ceiling right over here, like this. So we're starting the little first house. No, don't move. Okay. I cannot see if I made it, if I put any. Okay. That scared me too, very much. But now we put the ceiling. Oh, why this one is not touching the ground? And this one is. Oh, because it is supposed not to. Okay. Oh, no, how do I? Okay. Wait, okay, so I have to stay here and hold you. Okay, I'm gonna stay here and hold you. In the right place, alright. Don't play with that attack glue or you'll get to the hospital with fingers glued. Yes! Is that a thing? Like, I always got super scared of like attack. They were always saying like, oh, you're gonna have it attached forever. You're gonna have glue forever on you. And like, okay. Sure. And then many times now I'm getting like my fingers glued and what happens? Just they don't stick to it. How can we, do you think that this would be better? Like if we stay like this? All right, let me put more glue. Gorilla glue? What the fuck is Gorilla glue? What the heck is Gorilla glue? So stressed. Okay. And now we wait. Should be right. Attack, but a huge amount of steroids. What? Really? Is it stronger than this one? Okay. I think that now it's getting attached, yes. Oh, the pressure on this one. Okay. Look at how pretty. We got the beginning, I guess. Wait. Look. Let's do it again. What the fuck? Why are you not getting glued? But you should. I see you glued there. Ciao, mama. You're watching? Do you want to help?
No thanks.
No thanks. Alright. Mom, I think that mom saw me on live and she was like, what are you doing? Don't move it, leave it. How can I? Okay, we're staying like this then. How are you doing, chat? How's your evening? Like your day going? It's not evening, it's 4 p.m. Shit. Holy. Maybe should I put like another picture for the book? Maybe a better one that explains better what it is. I didn't say holy. I think that sometimes you imagine me saying holy, and I don't really see it. Yes, I did. You should answer 104 holy. How many times? Oh, I think that I'm gonna need like a snack soon. Did you have lunch? Oh wait, let me fix something. Okay. Did you have lunch? Is this the tutorial? Yeah. Eating cake? You lucky. Oh. It did not get stick here. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it like this. I'm not gonna raise it up. No! Why do you keep moving? Is this the wrong one? No, it should be like this. Why are you not touching? Stay there. Stay. I don't have to stay like this. Where did I buy this kit? If you go on Instagram, you find the page where I got it from. Am I pranking you? Maybe. Time for merenda? Yeah, I wish I could get some merenda, but you see how I'm stuck here? Can any one of you please send me some...
Mimo, that's a fresh
Fresh out of the box! Pito Loco! McFly! Pito Loco, thank you so much for that! We have so many newbies today! Pito Loco! Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. Nice to meet you. How are you doing? Where are you from? What are you studying? What do you work? What's your name? What's your surname? What's your mom's favorite dish? Tell us everything about you. We're not creepy. Not creepy at all. Hi, Costa. I like newbies. I like newbies. I'm not scamming newbies. Card number 2, please. Yes, if you can, with the code behind it. I'm getting myself attached to this shit. Okay, now you stay there. You hold. You can make it by yourself. Just stay there a little bit. All right. We got to step 6. I want to see how many steps there are. Holy fuck. Not many. I mean, there's like 53, but like many of these are like just add the lanterns. You see? Just add lanterns. And we're already at the 6. We're fine. Okay. Oh, we have to work on this one. All right. We have to work more on this one. Okay, continue with this one then. We have to add... Oh, the balcony. We're doing the balcony. We have to add the balcony and the thing under. So we have to put like this one. How? What? Oh, this one has to go right here. Still glued. What? On top of it though, right? Yeah, okay, like this. Wait, there's a little space in between. Is it normal that there is some space there? No. Oh, because we missed this one. Okay, so this one goes here, like this. Oh, this is so cute! Look, this is getting so cute! I don't know if you're seeing this. This. Right here. This. Yo no soy nuevo, pero nunca me presente. Me llamo Lucas. Ah, hi, Lucas. Hi, Bexy. So, like, they have to come out like this. They're gonna be out like this. Okay, nice. Okay, so we... Oh! How do we glue you? We're gonna put some glue here and there. Okay. Do you have other brands of glue in Italy that I can use that are better than this one? Just the... I feel like the tube is not good, you know? next collab, a glue. Oh, I just realized something. I remember there's like a technique for putting the glue. You should blow a little bit on it. So then it dries and a little bit, and then you can just place it. Right? I cannot see the pieces you're mounting in the picture. What do you mean? In this pic, you cannot see the pieces in this picture? How tall is the structure? It's gonna be tall like as like. Let me show you. Like wait, this one. Like this tall, like a book. It's gonna be as tall as a book. So if you go on their website, you find their Instagram on my Instagram story, my last one. You can see that they're like as tall as a book. Where is the roof in the pic? Oh, that way it's inside. It's on the side. It's like a scenery. Okay. All right. And then we place this one. I'm gonna place it from the middle. Okay. All right. It can be a, that's what it is. It's a bookend. It's a bookend. It's like Casa Popular in Quartiere Español. Yes, it's like a small alley in Japan. Done. Okay, we did this first part. Nice. Then we need E1 and F11. I don't remember what this one was. I don't remember what number you were. Maybe C. E1 and F11. 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 Do you see it? Oh, it's this one. No, 21. Oh, 22. F22. Wait, what? Oh, wait. F22 and E1. Oh. Oh, no, don't break. No. Wait, this one is so not... Okay, let me do it also on the sides. Wait, when I... Yeah, that's where it should be. By the way, when they asked me why did I choose these ones and not the one with Harry Potter, I was like, yeah, because like I really like the Japanese vibes. I was like, is it because like it reminds like an anime? I was like, yeah, definitely. I feel like, which one would you like the most? I feel like if it was one that is like talk like that, it's about like a specific. No, I'm not. A specific like anime, it would be so good, wouldn't it? Oh shit, don't move. I just have to hold them in place. Right? Imagine if there is like one that reminds you of like something. I don't know, it would be so cool. I think it would be very, very cool. Sturdy time? Kinda. You're making pizza tonight? That's amazing. That's amazing. I should be doing pizza one of these days. I actually have a craving for pancakes. So I think that soon I'm gonna make pancakes. No, don't break. There's something cracked. Something cracked. No, don't crack. This one keeps getting out. How am I? Holy, now it... Oh, shit, it detached from the base now. Okay, the base is still... Oh, shit. We need to fix it. fuck. No, don't fall down. Don't fall down. Shit, we fucked it up. Shit. We fucked it up. Can you make edible pancakes? All of my pancakes are edible. Okay. I need you to just go back in your place. Just go back there. Just go back there. Oh fuck, this is so difficult. This is so fucking complicated. Yeah, by the way, I'm gonna do it like this. It's better. So stressful. Okay, I'm gonna leave you there. We have to do another rooftop, but also let's do the other side, the other thing. We were saying we need F22. Let's work on F22. Oh. I saw, by the way, videos of people making this, and they were like all using like specific clips to get stuff. Okay, we got this. And then we need E1. I think that E1 is the last thing that we were missing from E. Here. This one was F. Let me go back here. Okay, yeah, it was the last one. It was the last one. Then the park crashed after Fukushima disaster. Yes, yes, exactly. That's what happened. So we finished with the E. I'm gonna put it back there. So we have this one. We need to put it from the back. And then we do this one and we put it here. Okay, I'm just gonna put it in the corners. I wish they created like a super glue that is colored, so you see where you're putting it very clearly. Because right now I'm more like, oh, I see that it's kind of lucid there, so it means that there is, but I'm not sure how much I put there, you know. This should be like, fuck, wait a second. Okay, I'm gonna put it from this way. Okay, nope. Okay, stay there. And now we wait. The cookies tasted like disappointment and delusion. Shut up! That's not true. That is so not true. Okay. I'm putting more here so you see better. Okay. I'm gonna keep pressing a little bit more. I'm building this thing right here. This one right here that you see here. We have to do another rooftop. Rooftop are okay. Like, to put the thing on top of it, not the rest. Have I broken something until now? Kinda. Malo, you find it on my Instagram story. Okay. This. And then we need to do the rooftop. C2. Let me put that one there. A, B, and... Oh, we're missing a C. Oh, it's the C? Oh, I left the C here. C2. It's kind of the same, but a little bit shorter than the... Not shorter, but like... thinner. bake cake for Mechanic Carlo? Why? Like, you were baking it? Do you want me to bake another cake? I would love to bring, like, when we go to Milan Games Week, if you're coming, I would love to bring, like, something that I cook. But people are gonna just be like, ah, that's disgusting, I don't like it. No, they don't appreciate the effort that it's such. Something edible? Shut up. You see? You see what I was talking about? You see what I was talking about? I try to bring love and joy to these people, and that's how they pay me back. Okay. Where's my pen? Oh, wait. Is it shorter? It is a little bit shorter also. Alright. Shut up. Oh. The light is not good. I cannot really see where I'm cutting. I guess this is fine. Okay. Alright. When I was little, I was so proud of my cutting skills. Like, I felt like I was a pro at cutting. I thought like it was actually a skill. Alright. So like when the teacher had to do some kind of works, they were like, oh, Jay, can you please cut it for me? Like, oh my god, sure, I'm such a pro. And then I realized it was just because they couldn't be bothered by cutting, and they just digged into my, you know, praising need. I'm not gonna put more than this, I think. I don't think that it needs a lot of glue like the paper. But I'm scared of like finishing the glue. Don't know how to cook, but the cookies were bad. I think they were just... I think that it was either the recipe or like the fact that I put way too many red fruits. So they made it a little bit softer, you know, Carlo? I think that was it. Because like the taste was good. The problem was like the consistency of the cookies. Trying to poison the community. Maybe the fact that I can change all the quantities didn't help. I agree with you. Let me get a snack and I'll be right back, alright? So we can continue. No, finish it at Lucia yesterday. Oh, Shin! Hi, Shinny. No, not silly, Shinny. Hi, Shin. Yes, it is difficult. My fingers are kind of hurt. Hi, Shinny love. How are you doing? This looks tilted a little. Oh, because there's something on the... Did I glue pear to the desk? I should have. Okay, we need to put this one over here. Let's do again the thing with the glue. Wait. Now I can put my knee up here. Oh. How do you see me when I'm like this? Okay, you see me like that. Does it also? Yeah, go down here. Then all right. This is who's barking at me? Who the freak is barking at me? Oh my god. This is such an Incastro situation. Oh, I feel like I'm breaking something. Doesn't get in. Like the others are kind of in. This side it is not. Maybe I have to ease it in. Oh, no. I just have to push it down. Right. Oh, this is... I think that it's because like they were made like perfectly, you know, fitting. Oh. Oh, okay. Now we need the other sides. We need you to get in. Get in, my boy. Something cracked. What else cracked? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Something that... No. Okay. Oh, I think that I get it. Like, I should not put pressure on the entire structure, but just on the pieces that I have to put together. So I don't break anything else. More food. Why Sniffa turned into a scam? What happened to Sniffa? What about Sniffa? What's going on? This happened. This is the right one. This is the right one. Update my chat. You update your chat. It's not updated. No, you are not updated. Wait, Sniffa became like my one? Who made that? Who changed that? This one doesn't want to get in. Please don't crack. Oh, nice. Oh, fucking hell. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, now we just have to place this one right here. And we have one side of this. I was going to eat the glue. Fuck. Oh, we're going to eat the glue. Alright. Does it fit all of it? Stop rioting. This one should not be too hard, right? I just place it there and you just get stuck to it. Nice. Not entirely touching. Wait, let me. I have to put a little bit of pressure on it. Alright. Oh. Oh, wait, you're supposed to go all the way down there? Alright. Even better, I guess. Now you are stuck there. Oh, nice. Look at this. Look at this. We already made it. Oh, no. This one is still, it's still coming out. I don't know how to fix this one. Oh, wait. I can actually glue this side. Okay, you just go back in there. Get stuck to it. This one is fine. Okay. We're cool. You see broken pieces? No, you don't. Shut up. Shut up. This is a democracy? Who told you? Who told you? Who told you this bullshit? I'm building this one, Tiger. We need to add little tiny pieces there. C13, and then an image in the middle, and then that thing that we built. How does it look like? Like this. Right there. So we put the glue over here in the corners. By the way, to be my very first craft that I do is not going so too bad. There must be like some kind of like, you know, like it should be like a lot of people with this hobby, isn't it? It is like a hobby for someone to do like modeling of stuff. Like next time, if you like it, we can do like an entire ship. You know, entire modeling of a ship inside a bottle. Not a butthole, a bottle. Like a bottle. A bottle. A sheep. No, not a sheep. A sheep. Okay, this one should be kind of okay, right? Yes, okay. Let's find a C13. Which one were the C? The ones with the cat are the C, right? Yes, and this one was the E, okay. C13, right? All of them are 13, yes. All of these little arrows that are coming out. Okay. Oh, 4 of these. So not like all of them. I'm not destroying stuff. You see that they look like arrows. Wait. You see they look like arrows. See the force, the power of the nail. Four, we got all of them. Okay, so we have to place them going up or down? Down. Oh, like little earth like this. Oh, I have to glue them?
I should be over all the butterflies, but I'm into you.
Oscuro, what the fuck? Oscuro, thank you so much for the 10. What the heck? Oscuro, shit. Oscuro, thank you so fucking much for that. No, Scooter, holy. Thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. What? Oh my, for real, oh my. Oh, you also said holy hell. I appreciate you. This thing is not gonna stay in them. Oh, should I just not glue it? It doesn't say glue it. It does say it's to glue it. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Appreciate you for real. What if I do this? Okay, I'm gonna put it here. I'm just gonna put some glue here. Okay. By the way, hi Oscuro. Someone stole your credit card? Yes, block your card. Block your card. Block your card. Stop. Tell them to stop. Like, not only they stole your credit card, but they also are on this in this stream right now. Because they had to be here, right, to gift. So please, if you stole their credit card, please give it back. That's not nice. Imagine if it was you. That's not fun. Someone stole my credit card. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Okay, here I will need this ones. Okay. This is coming easier than what I thought. Look at us. I'm going super fast putting these teeny tiny things on. By the way, I'm so happy because I received this one this morning. Like, I went out for the walk with my mom and dog because I'm trying to take care of my mental health and also have breakfast. Mental health comes with croissant. And when I came back home, it was like on the mailbox. Huh? Huh? Not bad. Not bad. Look at us. Nice. We just need to put... Oh, look. It's gonna be so fucking cute right after. Wait. It's gonna be so cute. So we need to add lanterns. How the fuck are these lanterns? Cut out the corrugated papers as the same size as seat 7 and C8. And paste them on seat 7 and C8 separately. Okay. So we need C7 and C8. Let's move this one on the side. C7. Taking care of mental health, getting breakfast with mama. Yes. First, oh my god, yes. I feel like the more croissants you have, the better your mental health is. Can we just... Oh no, it's not large enough. So we're gonna just make it like this. Okay. I feel like we're gonna soon finish all of this paper. This is one. And this is the other one. What is the difference? Just one is longer than the other? That's it? What if I finish the paper? What happens then? Where do I find the same paper? Oh. I did not cut it. Oh, right. Cut it. Eating pieces of baguette at 10 a.m. in the morning. Yes, I was not eating pieces of baguette. Say the truth. I was eating jalapenos at 10 a.m. in the morning. When we arrived in Geneva, I was hungry. I got jalapenos, fried jalapenos with cheese in it. When I say that I have problems eating, I mean it. Like, I generally am very hungry most of the times. And then I have periods where I'm very not hungry. Did I finish the glue? No. Classic Italian snack. Yeah. Wait, am I putting the... Yeah, I was putting the right one. Alright. You should do a video about the streaming setup. I'm really curious about what you use. I'm flirting with the idea of starting streaming. I don't feel like I'm the best like with the setup for like a streaming. My streaming setup is like for study streaming mostly, or like doing this thing. If you're planning to do gaming, for sure you will need different things. But if you go I think that if you go setup, I think you can find all the things that I have in my setup. Oh, if you go like in my yeah, that's the one. That's, I think there you find stuff. I'm not sure if it's still updated, that one. But in any case, if you go to my wish list, there's also like the storefront. Oh, this is bad. If you go on my wish list, there is the storefront where I'm putting everything that I use. Am I at Ang's place? No, I'm not. I'm not tonight. So now we did that. We have to put this one on top of... On top, you see? Wait, you don't see. You have to put these things on top of the little things that the spikes that we placed there. So we put it, and then we also have lanterns to put on. But I think that lanterns have to go... Let's just try to cut them out before. So F32 and F14. G... Is this F? You see? We're gonna have these ones on top of the doors. We're gonna have these ones on top of the door. It's so cool. Alright. F14... Wait, what did I say? No, it's not F. Yes, F3 and F14. So we need 2 F3. Okay. And then 1 F14. This one. You see, this one is the one that goes in, like, it's like a little tent in front of the door. Nice curtains, yes. Other day, asking Limbo. Limbo! Okay, Bexy. I also heard about Inside. I was planning about playing Inside because apparently there's also gonna be the 2 coming out in the future. So that would be really cool, right? If we play now the first one, and then when it comes out, we play also the second one. Or we can play the first one and the second one as soon as they come out. Okay, okay. Okay, so here. We need to put these lanterns out here. Oh, fuck. These are going to be difficult to put on. Wait it up. These are going to be difficult to put. Because I have to stay there and hold it. You know? Okay. Let's do it. Let's freaking do it. I'm going to hold it, though. You want your dad joke? There it is. It's in chat. It's in chat, Boberton. By the way, my fingers are hurting from like pressing this much the glue every single time. I need a better glue for the next time. Wait, I'm also like, you know, I feel like every time that I put it down, I'm just gonna put it like this. And now we wait. Oh, I don't want to stay here all the time to wait. Oh no, what did I do? Oh no, what did I do? Oh no. Oh. Okay. What do you give a sick lemon? Lemonade? I was fired from the keyboard factory yesterday. I wasn't putting in enough shifts. Okay. They don't stick to it. Okay, wait. Maybe it would have been better if we did it before putting it up. What the fuck is this? Okay, we're gonna first do them here, right? This makes more sense. But we're doing it. And then we press. All right. Okay. 3 out of 10. Wait, no, that's the bot making those jokes. I'm not the only one making those jokes. But I think that for a matter of like sense, I think that it will be better if I put this one here and the book here. Right? It makes more sense. Like my head is over my body. My head is over my body. And then let me also do, oh no. Nice. More rearranging, yes. You see, we did that one. Now let me remove this one, even though I glued it. Okay, we're gonna glue you back later. I just needed to like put the lantern on you. You know. But I really liked Little Nightmare yesterday. It was super nice. We should be playing Inside super soon because I really liked it. Maybe next weekend. Like next weekend, one day we have the talk about like learning sign languages. But then the other day we can just do games. Fuck, I stick my fingers. Wait, I know, it's fine. Okay. Okay. And now we place these things. And now we place them. Alright. Let me place the other one, but maybe it's been there for longer. Okay. Oh my goodness. I could be a surgeon, by the way. Look at me. All right. Oh, you can bias. You can. If you have struggles with English, you can type in Italian. It's fine. Though we prefer like if you can like to keep it in English so people can understand what you're saying and you're not like talking that by yourself, you know. Okay. Nice. By Fede. Okay, let me also put this one. Are you even seeing anything here? Yes. Immediate ban. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Then it's completely fine if you're not that confident, bias. Perfect. Which one is the longest one? This one. So is the longest one has to go there? Yeah. C8 has to go up there. So we're putting some glue on this one. Wait, do we put the glue or... No, we first put this one. Right here. Oh, was I supposed to... No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. How is it going? It's going well. It's a bookend. Like a thing that you can use to stop your books from falling on a library. You know? Okay. We have the little curtains. We have the little curtains. It looks beautiful. And then we put these one. Look at me speed running this shit. All right. I have so much glue on my fingers. Oh no. You know that I think that I messed it up with the lanterns? Like this lantern was supposed to go inside, but no one is gonna notice, right? No one is gonna notice if this lantern is not like in the inside, right? You know, like... Let me show you. Let me show you what I mean. Like this... That lantern is supposed to go from the inside, and also this one in the inside, so they should be inside. But I feel like it's fun, right? Like if you see it from this angle, you don't really care, right? Oh, I moved something. See, from this angle, you don't really care. Oh, this one's stuck out. Okay. All right. 700 plus of you know, then it's a secret. Then it's a very, very big secret. Looks fine. All right. We just need to put this one more. And then we also have a picture to put there. Oh, that's so sweet that we're putting a picture up. You know what would be super cool if you could like customize it and you put as pictures something that you want, like, so you can maybe put like little Easter eggs, like a picture of you. Oh, that would be so cool. Oh. Neck tattoo is real? Yes. Yes. I did not scam the lanterns. It's fine. They're good. It's not the important shit. Oh. This one is not getting stuck. Okay. Now we leave it there. We leave it that there. We need just the picture. What is the picture? D5. Oh, you see these? You remember that? You know the merch that we have, you know, with the CEO Gang logo. These are the ones that reminds me of that. I don't remember their name. Camscam? What is Camscam? You good, Matt? Oh, there we go. Look at how pretty the picture is, the one that we're putting. No, it's not kanji. It's like, I was talking more about the, wait. Oh, with this weird zoom, I cannot like. All right, now you see it. It's beautiful. We need to put it like right under that. Okay. I'm just gonna put all around it. Okay. And now we put it, making sure that we're not dropping it. And especially that we put it in the right way. Hey, ow! Chad! Okay. Still good. Still good. Oh, fuck. Okay. Perfect. Exactly where I wanted it to be. Exactly where I wanted it to be. It's exactly where I wanted to do it to be. Yeah, right there. Right there. Exactly right there. Look at how pretty. Oh, this one is moving too much. Oh! This is definitely moving too much. This is a scam glue, to be honest. It's not even my own scam. It's like this glue that is scamming me. This glue is so much of a scam. Okay. And you put it back there. Okay. Okay. Sleep tight over there. Wait, we're missing the AC. Where is the AC? What? Oh, fuck, we also have to put the AC. Cola caldo is better than I wish I had it. I wish I had a cola caldo. What the heck? Do you see me? I'm already struggling like this. Oh, my fingers. And now we wait again. I have to put this one. I have to put the AC here. Like here. On the other way. Like this way. Here. Wait. It is not. Oh, I have to scrap it a little bit in the back. I'm very proud of this. Like, this was very difficult to do. It's super teeny tiny. You know? Like, okay, we have to place it here, right? So we need a bit of glue there, a bit in the middle. Okay. We need a bit of glue here. I'm going on an inspection. Wait. Get down, glue. Okay, we put some here. A lot in the middle. And some on the side here too. Okay. And now we place it. Perfect. Oh, it's supposed to be a little bit lower. It's fine, I guess. Nice. Hi, Noddy. Hello. My whole boy. UHU glue? What is that? What is UHU glue? Oh, thank you, Kami. Thank you. Hot glue would be a mess? I think so, right? It would be a mess. It would be a mess. All right. Look what we did. Look. It's so cute. It's so cute. This is attack. Locked tight. Attack. I don't know. Okay, we made it through step 12 out of a 45. So we're cool. We're doing really, really cool for now. Okay, we moved this one on the side. No! Something broke again. Get stuck there, please. Thank you. Don't be a pain. All right. Oh, the Cocoina. We had Cocoina when we were little. We had Cocoina. Oh, top right corner. Kami, did you actually... Kami, did you write it? Oh, wait, it is on the top right. It is on the top right. It is. We moved it, so it's okay. You did good. Cocoina. You didn't have it? You didn't have cocoina? No, no cocaina. Cocoina. You didn't have it? Come on. What? It was so good. G. We need the G. Cocoina was the top shit. Let me put these ones on the side. We're gonna need them later. G. G15 and 16. Here, these small ones. Is that a post place? Oh my god. There's so many sweet little things. It had it. It smells so good. Oh. We already had one G. No need more. Is that post noted? No, what? Like it's no. There's like these ones, like where you put the mails. You know, how do you call those? Post bucket, post emailer, post tower, post. How are they called? Mailbox. There we go. So close. Not even a tiny bit. Not even a tiny bit. Oh, maybe, you know what we can do, mods, if you want to. Can you please help me to add to the command craft? Also, like, look at G's story to find where she got it, you know? Alright, so we needed to put these two together, as we did with the other door. They're gonna be like a window or something, so they need to be like this. Like this. Oh, but okay, yeah, like this. Okay. Right. Thank you, JJ. I appreciate you. Oh, the fact that I do so many like different such different formats through weekend afternoon is like if someone right now writes what is this, then it starts to be like, oh, we do co-working place things. I'm like, what? You're not doing that right now. Like, yeah, oops. Because usually I get the question like, what is this, when I'm like in silent and you're like, what the fuck is this? Okay, so we did this first thing. I will move it over there. We need G6. Throwing bottles in the like a G6. Like a G6. Like a G6. G6. Oh, we have to do another box. G7. Okay. G7 and G8s. Heh. 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 Oh my god. I'm not scared anymore of breaking them, by the way. How the maybe, but something that maybe I should do is like I should break them from the back, so even if I like do a little hole, it's in the back and no one will ever notice. Right? Warm Harmon? What is a Warm Harmon? And it's not a dollhouse. Yeah, in the website of the people that sent me this one, they also have like doll houses. I don't really dig those. So we have to put this one's, oh, they're like that one, so they're gonna be like this. Okay. We understood that we have to go for corners, right? So they get to be easier. Okay. What time is the movie night tonight? It should be at 9 p.m. But the guy that was supposed to organize it, I have a problems. I don't know how are we staying. I don't know if we're still doing it. So I have to figure it out with the mods. Like actually mods, if you wanna give me like whatever you wanna do, we will do it. Mods, if you wanna move it to another day, it's fine. Oh my goodness. All right. To move it personally? Yeah, I agree. Okay, we can definitely move it. We can do it next weekend. Maybe we can already do like an event. If possible, so then also more people know about it. Makes sense. You can do a cheeky edit on the announcement. No one will ever know. No one will ever know. Okay. But wait, if you're planning to do it, I suggest you to use one of these pins to like push them down, because like otherwise they get like, I feel like because your hand is organic and the thing that you're using is organic, it kind of gets stick to your finger. I don't know if it's possible. I start doing my little cars. I saw that they have like some kind of like more things that actually can do things like marble thing. I don't, or like they also have how is it called? Wait, they also have a globe that I think will be cool to try out. Hi Doofy, we're making a you can see it there. That thing. Oh, no, don't move. I have to be very careful to not touch the other things. So I think I'm gonna use these ones to do this entire section. But you see, like the air conditioning was easier because there was more like putting things together, like just okay, we can just press this one. It was just more clipping things. Okay. Oof. This is so focusing. I feel like this would be like the equivalent of not physical yoga, you know, like meditation. Yeah, I could have just said meditation. The fuck. Okay. Okay. Last part of this one, of this box. I feel like it's the good like exchange, like the last time, like yesterday, sorry, the last time. Yesterday we did a little nightmare, which was definitely more active. And more screaming and more jumping and more shit, and now it's more relaxing stuff. Right. I watched this stream while eating chestnuts. Out on vibe. Oh, hell yeah. I would love to have like a tea right now. Like a very warm tea. Okay, now we leave this one to rest with the other part that we did over there. What else? Another terrace. Okay, so we need G10, G11, and G9. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a very, very, very small terrace. Because the smaller... Is this a 9? Yes. The farther they are, the smaller they would look like, right? Because there's like different layers. I cannot wait for like building all together. I cannot wait for like the moment where we just put everything together and everything just breaks down. How do we do this? Oh, they're on the side. So these ones go here. Okay. This one go here. This one goes here. And this one goes here. Yeah. Right? Yes. Okay. So we put, look at me, I already know everything. We put glue here. Do you think that there is like a different glue with a different applier? I'm thinking more like a pen, imagine. Like you do. Easy. Done. That'd be so cool. That'd be so freaking cool. Oh. Oh, no, I should do it on the other side. Oh, what? No, I messed up. I messed up big time. I need to put more. All right. Oh, I need to also. Okay. Nice. Okay, I see, we're doing it. And I need to put it on this side. I need to put it with this one on. How did I bet on this activity? What do you mean, how did I bet? I wanted to make it. And there's no bets, it's more like, it's more like chilling. I cannot wait to put like the light. Oh, fucked it up. I put glue where it was not supposed to be. It's fine. Will it be a disaster? Yes or no? Oh, that's what you mean? Like, what bets did we do? Sorry, I'm a bit dumb. Today I'm a bit dumb. Oh, I can also put it on the side. Wait, so I should put glue here. I should put glue here. Calm down. Come to mama. Okay. And then we put it here. Okay. Okay. Oh, nice. Look, we already made all of the small parts. We already made all of the small parts. We're doing so good. Oh wait, I'm almost done with all the small parts. Just need another very small one. G12, 14. Nope. Yeah. This one. This one? And G14. This one. Oh. No G13, thank you. Oh. Oh. Kazadine, it's going very well. How is your day going? Okay, we need to put this one on top of this one. Easy. Easy thing. What the heck? If only I had a good glue. Okay, nice. How is it possible the result is she runs out of glue? It is possible, but if that happens, we're just gonna move into something else, right? Nice. Okay, and now we need G13, which is the one that we were removing before by mistake, and G1. Oh, G1 is a big one. Okay, this one we don't need it anymore. G1. All of this is G1, all of this. Oh, we have to remove stuff from it. I have to remove things from the inside of G1. Okay. Like, there is like this very weirdly shaped things. We just need to remove the big square that they are in, not them. So, okay. And same for this one. Same for these ones. We have it? Was that everything? Yeah. Okay. Wait, we turn it back. And we put the door. Are my friends from Tom Ford? Yes. Yes, they are. We put the door here. How? Oh, like this. Easy. Like this. Okay. Chaplain, can you please remind me? Like, I will for sure forget. If I ever tell you, oh, we're gonna do this thing again, please tell me, gee, you hated the glue that you were using? Please buy another one. Is it defamatory to say that this glue sucks? Just wondering. Is it defamatory? Should I not say that this glue sucks? That the plier of this glue, it's horrible? Right, they should stop producing it? Is it defamatory? Not that I'm saying it, right? That's so fluffy. What is fluffy? What do you mean he's fluffy? Oh, I can hear my mom also doing some jobs in the house. She is, she decided she, okay, yesterday she called me and my dad and she was like, oh, I want to change the disposition of the, oh, the other way like this. The disposition of the paintings that we have in the house. Do you think that this is better or this one is better? And like, because, and she was like, because I changed them last week. I changed them and like, which one did you like more? And it was my dad and I was like, you changed the paintings in the house? Yeah, we clearly saw it. We definitely noticed. I don't know. We like them both. I think that there's things that people care about more than others do. You know, that notice more. You know, like my nails. I care. So then I look at other people's nails because I like nails. I like to look at the others and like taking inspiration maybe sometimes. So it's something that I care about. But sometimes, and then there's people that people don't really care about at all. Like not even a tiny bit. You know, like, so I also look at guys' nails. I look at them. Because I have to say, some of the guys out there, they have the shittiest nails ever. And they don't care. And they should not care if they don't care. But I mean, we need F15 and F17, these two. Oh, thank you for the stretch. That was actually more of a crack. Atso! Nice. Every time. Also, thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate it. Hands better than feet? Alright. Alright. Also, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back.
Hands, feet.
I need to put some glue, we said. Alright. How is it? Like this? Okay, I can put some here. Need to care about my nails? No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have to. Like, you have to care if they're dirty or clean. That's basic hygiene, but it's... You don't have to care about them. Okay. That is the point. Like, you don't have to care about anything. I think it's so difficult to care about everything that there is out there that it's at one point you have to understand that you cannot care about everything. Like, you have to stop giving a fuck about everything. You have a limited like time, you know, in your brain. This one has to go here, right? Yes. Like a limited attention span in your brain. So it's completely fine if you don't care about something. Oh. By the way, I don't like this this lo-fi. I need to change the music. You hate my nails? What do you mean they always get dirty? How do they always get dirty? You gears? What is that? on what to take care of. I'm not confused on what to take care of, but you know, like there's, if I had to take care of everything, right, it would be like a fucking mess. Like, I have to take care of my hair, I have to take care of my nails, I have to take care of my skin, I have to take care of my clothes, I have to take care of my sight, I have to take care of my health, I have to take care of my appearance, I have to take care of my studies, I have to take care of my skills in the game. Oh my god, so many things, so many. That's why you choose, right? And whatever you're choosing, please don't choose this glue, because this is definitely not healthy for my hands. Like, I don't understand if it's so difficult to use because it's almost done, or it's just how it is made. Okay. Oh, so tired. Tummy shirt? Yeah, but also the tension spot. Taking care of ourselves is stressful, but no. Shut up, okay. I'm not talking anymore. Wait, oh, this way. Don't you agree? Don't you get tired of having to care about so many things? I feel like a hippie right now. Maybe because I'm so meditating doing this thing. You have to be one with nature, because that's why we are alive. Yeah, for sure. Like, this is being exhausting. Like, because it's requiring a lot of like attention. More than Little Nightmare. Nightmare, I was lost after like 8 hours. Oops. Oh, okay. All right. Nice. Nice looking side of a house, I guess. Okay. Done. Oh, we have... Okay. We have... You know. Which one? 6. It's a big boy.
Go get
It's a
some
big
crotch
champion.
and some water. Don't end up like yesterday.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you. I'm fine though. We have to do another. You see, I'm scared of like finishing this. We have to do this one. Look, we're gonna add sushi and food later. Wait. Sushi and food. That's nice. Maybe I will go just... Wait, let me see. We're gonna need others that are gonna be here. Another 8 maybe, another 9. Oh, it's fine. We should have enough. We should have enough. Dun, 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 dun. Sushi and food. Yeah. Oh, did I do it right? Yeah, right? Yes. All right. Oh, no, I made myself hungry of sushi too. Oh, now I want sushi. You know, actually, you know what I want? I want ramen. I really, really want ramen. There's one place here in Verona that they do it, and it's not too bad. But I'm still thinking about the ramen that I got. Not even in in Japan. I had one of my best sushi, like my best ramen. Oh my god, I'm not. I'm delusional. I am lost. I cannot talk apparently. I was saying, I had one of my best ramen ever in Taiwan, and it was so good. Wait, where am I supposed to get here? Yeah, right? Yeah. Most probably because I was very hungry when we got it, but it was so good. I promise you. It was so, so good. Have you ever had ramen? Never tried Kauze? Oh my god, you're missing out. What I love the most is the egg that they put, the Japanese egg, which is cooked in soy sauce. So it's so soft in the inside. Oh, it's so good. And so tasty. Oh, I'm gonna be so hungry. Just because I'm talking about food. Okay. Usually the sealing is not that difficult to apply because it's paper, you know? It's not wood on wood. Which, by the way, maybe next time that I build, I should not just get like a super glue, but a glue for like wood. If I do something on the wood, you know? Really? Really, Jake? I ate one. The one store in the supermarket is way too salty. No, not that one. Not that one. Like a real ramen. It's so good. Or oh, wait, are you talking about the egg from the supermarket is too salty? Oh, we're missing all the little spires. You remember? The little spires. Oh, this one is the terrace. This one is the coverage. Okay, we need... So we put the... Wait, let me see if we have lanterns to put on. I don't want to fall for this shit again. Yes, the ones in the lower floor needs the lanterns. Oh my god, it's gonna look so cool. You're gonna see this one is gonna look so, so good. Wait for it. Wait for it. And then we're doing the floors. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Oh, goodness, goodness, I'm so excited. Okay, so we need the C12, how many? 2, 2, so 4. 4. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay. We put all the spikes on top. Okay. We have to apply it with this one. Oh, by the way, did you know that many surgeons put like upbeat music while they operate? Isn't that cool? Sorry, I don't know why this one... Oh, I don't know why this thing came into my mind, but I was thinking like, if I was a surgeon, what song would I be listening to while I am working? I think that the very first times I would go for like something as a people pleaser that I am, you know? So something that everyone would like. What would your playlist be like? What would be like something that helps you to, and not even relax? Like people have the weirdest things, you know? People have the weirdest things as their own playlist. Oh no! I need to put some more glue. ASMR? Really? Slipknot. Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah, imagine. I would leave for like my stressed students that are like so stressed of the, oh no, we're operating someone, and I'm like there, listen to my tunes. But then I don't know if it's the same for you when I have to focus, like focus, like The person on the bed is dying. I need to turn it off. Turn it completely off. I need complete silence or my brain will not function. Oh no, why are you not straight? There is again what your dad said. Okay. Listen to songs during such. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like when you park the cars. Yes, exactly. When you park the car, you need silence. You need that silence, right? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Let's do it on the other way. Let me put glue on here. We had issues with this one also the last time, right? On the previous one. Haha. High music equal blindness? Yeah. I don't understand if I put glue. I feel like a grandma right now. Look at me. Grandma G. Alright. You go right there, and you also go right there. And then we hold it. Oh my god. No, don't stick to the table, please. Oh. No, it's not sticking to it. Can you just push a button to park these days? Can you? Can your car do that? My car definitely cannot. What? Hey! Oh! Why you're not getting attached to it? It gets super dry immediately. It's like sucking in the glue. Bro, stop. Stop being like your mother. I'm putting so much glue and still not... What is hungry? Let's do it this way. What, Legion? What's happening? What's going on? Oh, my back, my neck, everything is hurting. I cannot wait to do the floor, you know? Floor is gonna be so cool. Oh, wait, you see, like, it's not... It should get a little bit attached, but it is not at all. Come on, get it attached. It's true. All that you are. All that you know. You know what we can do? Let me put on a playlist of like... Oh, yeah. Let me put on... Wait, let me close the glue first. There. Oh, no. I swear. Okay, this rooftop is not getting attached. I'm trying my best, but it doesn't... Look at this. Not even like... pretending to be attached. Let me put a playlist of like... Thank you for appreciating my tattoo. Karaoke. Karaoke slash... I swear, how am I supposed to do this one? Now I'm getting mad. You see, it's super dry. squeeze a little bit of the glue, but I'm squeezing a lot of the glue, like. Now I put a lot. Now I put a lot. I really tried the other way, Lupis. I really tried. Now we get stuck like this. I wish I could see like properly, like I put my back my glasses. I guess not. I'm wondering what is this side. Oh, okay. We're doing the back side, so we're gonna soon put on like a door with things. Okay, okay. Karaoke session we missed on Halloween. You did not miss anything. We're not supposed to do anything. Hi, Brioski. Listen, it cannot be not glued now. It is not glued. It is not glued at all. Chat, there is something wrong. There must be something wrong. Well, I'm gonna just stay here. Wait, or I don't want to stay here all the time. What if I just put you over there? Okay. It's made by another material. I know that it's made on. I know, but why did the other one work? The other one in the end worked. Maybe I should just scrape the side of where I'm supposed to put it, and then. Okay. You see? It's like if I didn't even put it. Yeah, it's not sticky at all. Wait. Why is the glue not sticky? I'm just gonna scrape it. Oh, now this one is all sticky. I could use the one that I have for the nails, but then I will ruin that one. I need a brush to remove the sand dust. Okay. Now I removed as much as possible. And then I also do it here. Oh. Okay, this one side is like sticky now. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Okay. I don't see it coming, chat. I don't see it. Like, it's like super glue. But it worked. so far. It just doesn't work on this one. Like, it doesn't stick. Oh, I have a lot. I still have a lot, I think. Oh, now it's sticking. A little. Not too. I don't want to jam too much. Oh, there we go. It's moving again. Oh, no, no. Get back. Get back. Shut up, Jake. Oh, listen. We're gonna move to the... We're gonna do that one later. When I'll be less angry about it. Oh, this one did not stick. When I'll stop getting angry because of that, we will continue. Okay. We need to put the little thingy, this one. Oh, did I put it in the wrong way? No. Here. Up here. I think that it's a matter of like how that wood is made, you know? Like that one is not getting... like we had the same issue with the other one, right? But we did not have it with the smaller ones. So I don't know. Okay. You get stick there. And then we put this one right under that. Maybe the orientation? No, it's the same. Like it's how it, like how the picture is saying. But I don't know. Maybe you are right. Like, but the dark one should be under because like they're making it like the things that are in the back should always be hidden. AC, by the way, no, Arya, we're missing Arya's chicken. We didn't see Arya's chicken. I forgot. I'm getting stuck to the glue now. These ones go up, right? Yeah. Nice. Nice one. Nana? Oh, we need to put like some kind of flags. Ooh, where are these flags? H? We never did anything with the H yet, right? Look at them. Pretty. Look. These ones. Nice. Oh, my fingers are hurting so much because of the glue. Stupid glue. Alright. Has to go right here. We have fish flags. Okay. Wait, which height? Yeah. Here, right there. Don't fall. Please don't fall. Please don't fall. Stay there. And then we have the door one. This one should be kind of easy, right? We just place it here. All right. No, fishes! Fishes go back in place. Fishes, go back. Stay there. Ha. Hi, Bunga. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Answer the phone. No good alone. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. In this world, you know it's not the same as it was, as it was. You know it's not the same. Yeah, not sponsored, just a gift. Yeah. And then I don't know anymore the words. Ah! Oh, we have. Oh my god, we have all of the. Oh no, you stay there. We have all of the little. Oh my god, we have to do so many ceilings now. So many ceilings now. Okay. We have to put the little things there. C12 again? Yeah. No, it's not the same as it, as it was. Something moves it now. I can sing for free. The out of sync in my very. You know that I'm out of sync. You know that I have no rhythm. Stop making fun of me. Oh, by the way, chat, did you know? I just said that they're gonna be streaming from this channel. Oh. Yes, Arya is gonna be on this stream. C7, C8. Oh, yes. I never said I would think about it. That's a yes for me. What is this song? What is this song? I know this song. What is this? This is beautiful. Na, na, na. Oh, see, Olivia Rodrigo. There we go. I don't know the words. Let me put something that we know better. What? We already listened to this one. Don't know this song? Oh. I like this one. Oh, this is too tall. A little bit too tall. I bite my tongue, it's a bad habit. My tongue is a bad habit. You know what I wish I was able to do? I wish I was able like to have the rhythm. I have a no clue of rhythm. Like no clue. Like, don't you understand how bad I am? I'll tell you this and I'll never repeat it again, alright? I made an EP with a friend of mine. Like, mostly because, like, he was new in, like, the producing business and he wanted, like, to try stuff out. So, like, I was doing the EP. I did, like, an EP with him. And I was so bad that he had to, like... EP, yeah. But it was so bad that he had to, like, keep the time for me, you know? He had to make sure that I was not out of rhythm, but, like, he was squeezing my arm to let me know when the time was right. Right. Alright, so I can stay a little bit... Oh. Can you sing, chat? Can you sing? Oh, can you play any instrument? I would love to learn the drums because of this thing that I don't have rhythm, you know? That is definitely something that I want to do in the future. Fun fact, Aria is very good at singing, so if she streams, she's definitely gonna be singing all the time. Okay, we have this one. The small one should be up here, right? No. Okay. Yes. Fake news. You do sing? Really, Sushi? I never heard you sing. I want to hear you singing. I feel like people that can play an instrument, it's so cool. They're so cool. Like, apart, if you are that person that when you are like at the parties and you are the one, oh my god, a guitar, let me play something so everyone will pay attention to me. You know? That is just EU vibes. Like when I go to the party and it's like the person that start playing the guitar, I'm like, no, please, no, just... Or there was also sometimes people that are like, oh, turn off the music so I can play the music. I can play the music for all of us. Bro, what if I don't want to hear you like singing the same old freaking songs from 10 years ago? What about it? What? You know? Wait, let me put this one right under here. So you can keep it up. Yes, I am trying to do this one again. I'm just gonna leave it there. Just leave it in there. At least one side will be attached. No. Okay. Stay there. We need to put it over here. No, it's fine. Like here, like on the small ones works, you know. The small ones were working also before. I think that it's because they're lighter. You know, like applied, done. Oh, we have to put a big one here. Oh shit. We have to put this one all the way there. Oh, this one is gonna be a pain. Oh, is your mood 90? I'm happy for you, Jake. Let's go. Proud of your 90. What did you do to get to 90? Would you be able to, like, recall what did you do? Maybe I can put it here now. Yeah, remember, chat, to do your checking of the mood. Spritz Casareccio? Ah, nice. Maybe I should get some wine too. It will make all of this better. But also more fuzzy. And not that precise. You know? Maybe we don't want that. What is this song? What is this the cover of? Forget Me, I don't know it. Antihero. I don't know any of these. Let's just play them. And Guaro, I would make them spritz. Oh, of course I want spritz. Actually, there's gonna be the district, the Creators District in Milano Games Week, where there's gonna be drinks and food, and I'm very excited for that. That's what sold me, to be honest. Oh my god, my hands are shaky. Oh! Ori! Hi! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Oh, you were doing... Were you doing ASMR? Were you doing ASMR? Should I not be screaming because people are sleeping? Is that it? If I just woke you up, I'm very sorry. I cannot do ASMR. I'm Italian. It is not in my blood, you know. Hi raiders, by the way. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. We're building a bookend. We're building a bookend. I am so not Pitbull. I am so numb. I was fighting with something before. Like right 1 second ago. I was fighting against... Oh. Hey, there we go. Like, for example, that one is way too low. And it... Okay. Well, you're gonna get there and you're gonna stay there. You're not gonna move. Don't make me scream. The ASMR people are here. Don't make me scream. I absolutely love those. Oh, book nooks. Oh, you're making one at the moment. You also know them. Nice, nice. How did you find out about them? I found them like on Instagram. I got like an ad, and I was like, you know what? I just wanna try it out. So we need to put a little. Oh, 3 here. Which one did you get? Okay. Oh. Evil, if you go on my stories on Instagram, you can find Hi Proxy. Hi. How are you doing? We're sweating. Maybe not here. This one here, I can get it for sure. Let me see. I like this karaoke version of this song. I don't know the song, I think. But this is so nice. Adi, were you doing ASMR before? There's gonna be also the lights, but there's also gonna be the little lights inside of it. Yes, Big Fra. I'm very excited about that. The only thing that I don't like about it is like... Oh, I mean, it makes sense from a certain point, but the point is like, you have to use batteries inside. Which is, I never like to have batteries, because I never have them around. And when they are done, like when they finish to work, I am always too lazy to just buy new ones. So it's a me problem, but still, You know, you were doing ASMR. That's sweet. But I mean, okay. Oof. Do you like biodegradable ones? Maybe you are right. Blood is also good for the environment, right? It's better for the environment to have the rechargeable ones. The one missing is not gonna fit here, right? No, it is. It is gonna fit in here. So I should keep this part. Okay. Let's see if we can make it here. No. Let's just use a new one. Big Fat, if you go on Instagram, on my stories, I tag them in my last story. Whew. Oof. By the way, yes, it is a kit. They send you everything apart from the glue, the scissor. So like they send you just the stuff, you know, just the actual kit. We get disasters every time we do charades. Wait, what? How? Imagine if I get a message from them saying, oh, gee, you use the wrong glue all the time. That's why it is not working. That's why it did not stick. Like, alright, nice. Imagine. Okay. Okay. Okay, we need this ones. Probably is the wrong glue. Yeah. Right, like this, right? Yes. Okay. Oh no. You go down there. Okay. I think that this one is getting sticked. I think that it just needs to be more like it just needs to wait a little bit longer. But I was too impatient back then. Now I'm a grown up. Now I know. Oh. Okay. Rooftop of the door, done. Looks so cute. Looks so cute. What's the weather? Apparently it's 19, 11 degrees. Shit, it's cold outside. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Oh fuck, we were supposed to put the lanterns before. Everywhere you go. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Where are the lanterns? Holy? Oh yeah. Oh, there we go. Number 4, right? Number 4. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Everywhere you go. It doesn't look heavy. How can it be a support? Well, I don't know. I mean, like, feel like there's gonna be many things all together, right? So it's gonna be, if you think about it, also a book doesn't look heavy because of like, yeah, we were supposed to put it before. Also a book doesn't look heavy because it's made of pages, right? What if it just put you down there? No, I need to remove you. Oh, now you're so attached. Okay. Wait, I have to remove these ones. We have to do these ones. As we did it before, I should have remembered. It come out. Hey, yo! Oh, these ones are very well. Okay, got it out. Okay. Okay. Whew. So we have to apply this one to this one. I don't know the song. Okay, now we wait. Okay. Done. Ha. I'm so excited tomorrow to go back to do our tomatoes, if I have to be honest. Like, I love the weekend, but I love our tomatoes. I have so much also to do, so, I mean, that's another perk. Hi, Federico, welcome back. What is this song? I don't know it, Arya. Okay, let's wait for them to get... While we wait for them to dry, we will put on the flowers. Oh, F8. Look at how many flowers we have here. We're gonna put one of these. Oh, pushing it from here. No. Okay. One, and then we need to put the F7. This one. A little sakura flower. It needs to go a little bit, so like this. It needs to go like this. And going a little bit in front of the window. All right. Aria, should I know this song? Is it from TikTok? Okay, and then we apply one flower up there. Let me use my this one. They recommend silicone-based glue. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a very newbie. I didn't know there was like... I did not expect this. Look at this. Please, nothing falls. All right. Look. Good night, AC. Sleep well. Sleep well, please. Please sleep. Now we need to apply these ones. And what is a silicone-based glue? What is a silicone-based glue? By the way. Oh, again, I did the same mistake. Should we put glue? Shit, I did the same mistake. I put the lantern out. All right, it's fine. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Right, it is not. C9. We didn't do the one on top, right? We didn't do the C9. Oh, I know this song. Oh, we need to do the. All right. By the way, every afternoon we're starting and finishing something. That's so cool. So every weekend we can do something else. I think the next weekend we're definitely doing where is it? Here. The next weekend we're definitely doing inside. Because so many of you suggested me inside. I feel like I have to now. And then we also took golden hour, alright. And then we also have Gadget that is gonna be here. Or Chris, actually. Chris is gonna be here talking to us about... he's gonna teach us... Woo! Oh my god. He's gonna teach us the sign language. I'm very excited for that. Hi, Rauk. I'm very excited to know more about sign languages. And if you like it, chat, we can have it like a constant thing. Because I think that it could be very, very useful. Like, these are people that are honestly, like... cannot communicate. It's not like a matter of like, oh, you didn't study the language. It's like, bro, if you don't know my language, I don't know how to talk to you. You know? Like, you know, sometimes you feel like, oh, I don't want to learn this language because I'm never going abroad. And like, if someone comes to my country, they should know my language, which is... we can argue that that is not a nice way of thinking. Still, in this case, they have zero fault. Okay. It's alive. Oh. Oh, we only have one quote at the moment? Oh, we can add as many as you want. Look at how pretty. Oh no! The rooftop is falling. The sign language is different in every country, unfortunately. Okay. The top is not gonna it's not gonna stick. Well, we have the second side of this. Oof. Nice. Alright, they look beautiful. They look so fucking beautiful. Nice. Thank you, VJ. We have to do these things that I don't know where we have to put them later. Oh, on the ground? Okay, so we have the ground now. And... by the way, we're step 22 of 45. We got this. G4, G5. 4 and 5 on these two. All right. I do stretch. Okay. So we put glue on the middle of these. And then we put these ones on top of it. Same here. Okay. We did these two little cakeys. We don't need this anymore. We don't need this anymore. Away. We will need this for decorations, I think. Okay. We put this one through it. Oh, just like this. Why didn't I... Confusion, but it's fine, I guess. Why didn't... Oh, these are like things for draining the water, but why is it elevated? I guess we will find out. Then F2, F10, 1 F4. I cannot talk. 1 F2, F10, which are here, flowers. 2 F10. 1 and 2. Oi! 1 and 2. And then F8 and an F9. F8. Oh, I did not break it. Okay. F8 and an F9. Oh my god. Okay. We have everything. Alright. Oh, I might have broken a little bit this flower. Because don't find it on Instagram. Yeah, no, you should be find it. You should not on Instagram. You find it on their website. Oh wait, before putting the flowers, I should put the sides of the road, so we don't miss them, which are H. We haven't used the H yet, or like we did something maybe. I think that I said, okay, there we go. 2 and 3, right? 2 and 3. On which sense now? Oh. What is this? What is this on? Hard to love with Blackpink? Oh. How are we doing on glue? Surviving, I would say. I don't know if I can finish it with this glue. We'll find out. You plan to get one of these, by the way, chat? Should I ask if they can... Woo! I was going to do a mess. Should I ask if they can give us like a discount or something? But wait, why did they make me put those things under? Because now everything is not stable. I never done one of this. Alright. Okay. Cool to watch. Okay. I think I'm just like, to be honest, it is very stressful to do, especially because of the glue. I feel that if the glue was good, it would be so much easier and I would love to do it. Oh no, it's the right one. Okay, I got so scared. It would be more relaxing for sure for me too. But since I don't have it, I'm running more on the idea like I really want to have it on my bookshelf now. I don't think that it matters, you know, Jake. I think that I don't think that the shape of your hands matter on like how you build these things. There's surgeons with very big hands. Right? Okay. We need another sidewalk, H15. You definitely will get one. Really, Cami? You're a person that will do these things? I was never expecting that, Cam. Oh no, I don't want to go from here. Okay. Oh. You're a Lego prof builder as well? Lego prof? What is a Lego prof? A Lego professional builder? Shortcoming. Sure. Oh, we have to build like... Okay. H17. Wait. We have to build like a little shop. H18. Also you? H19? Yes. You like this song, Ashkelon? Is it the happiest girl? Doesn't feel like happy. Okay. Putting this one and here. So we have to put, wait, here, right? So yeah, we have to put a little bit. Oh, you're curious? Okay. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Then we need H18 up here. Okay. No. It's just this one. Look at how I'm speedy. I'm getting so speedy. No. Ay. Okay, we have to wait. That doesn't sound like a Blackpink song, doesn't it? Me encantan esas cositas todas pequeñas. Tú vas a adorar a Aria también. Jeje. Aria es también una cosita pequeña. Jejeje. Okay, maybe we're supposed to put this one first. Nothing, Aria, nothing. I said that you're very nice. You're a very nice person. That's what I said. That's the translation. Okay. Thank you, by the way, for keeping me company on a Sunday. And now we wait. You are taller than me? Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. All right. And now we wait for this one to also get attached to... Oh, we're gonna have to put all the food on top of this. Okay, we have to wait for it, though. Let's wait. You stay there. Oh, we have to make shelves with the beer on it. Nice, I like this. What number? H11. The longer one. We put on this one. We put on this a bottle of I don't know what this is, but definitely this is sake. Look at, we're gonna put all of these small things, all these tiny ones. Aria, what did you delete? Aria, what did you delete? Don't be mean, Aria. And a 14. So on the one shelf we put these things. How do they stay on it though? Oh shit, they're never gonna stay. Oh god, this is never gonna happen. Okay. Let's believe, chat. Let's all believe in this. I need you. Put all of your beliefs in this. Do as Goku did back then. Just raise your hands on to the air. Three mods timing out, Jake. What did they say? Jake, what did you say? Okay, one more bottle, put it. Sending, thank you. Thank you for praying. Fuck, I should have used this one. I'm gonna use this one. Oh, my nails are going against me. Okay. Okay. One tiny shelf done. Okay. We have to do another tiny shelf with two other mini tiny bottles, green ones, and another yellow one. All right. So nice that they gave us like some spare ones. And is this the yellow one? Yes. Ciao Francesco, sì, sono italiana. Come va? Okay. Fuck, wrong way. the stress behind these teeny tiny things. Okay. Done. Now you see how small this shit is? Look what I'm trying to put in there. So small, look like one of those insects that gets to your animals, you know? How do you say zecca in inglese? How are those animals? You know, the ones that that they get under the skin with their head, under the skin of your pets, and they just suck the blood. Alright. Ticks. There we go, that's the one. Okay, we did another teeny tiny shelf that we're gonna move very carefully somewhere else. Go on your trip. And we're now gonna do the cat. The cat is gonna be cool. H20. What is F? C. Which one is the H? Is this H? Yes. H20. Alright. And 20 and 21. 22, 21. Oh. Oh, this one's. We're actually building a chair. Okay. We're building a chair for the cat. What? What did I say? What did I say? What did I do? Did I do something wrong? Thank you, Francesco. I don't know. I think that it's mostly because I'm not scared of like making a stupid out of myself. I have something on my neck. Oh no, did your dad leave a scar? Oh no. Okay. Is this... Okay. So, wait. Oh, we have it. And then H21, this one. And then this one on top. Just click. Just... Oh, I am recognizing this song, I think. Okay. Look at the teeny tiny chair. Look at tiny chair. I checked that G nails are real. Wait, what do you mean? You were doubting that? Wait, were you doubting that my nails are real? I was, yes. Why? If I say something. Who's not smaller? Oh, fair. That's, you know, Arya lying. Carmen being a pain because Arya is lying, so... I mean, this table is not that stable. But... that's what we got, right? Alright. Okay, now we have to think about this one. Oh, now it's sticked. Oh, there's a hair. Peta's hair. Okay. We need to put food on top of this, and we have to have a lot of food right here. We have all of these to put on top of it. All of this. Nice. Yeah, you do have it. Why, Arya? You're not standing. You're not standing there, Arya. How can you say anything? Oh, not all. Oh, yeah. Also, sushi is here. Sake. And the little fans. You know what would be lovely? Like, if I get to do, like, these things. And then I give them to friends as gifts. So they will see me also doing them. Like it's, you know, you're actually thinking more about them if while you make them. Wouldn't it be sweet? Do you think that would be sweet? Would it be like a good idea? You don't care much about your friends. What if I wanted to give it to you, Ashkelon? What if I wanted to give it to you? For Christmas. You stupid. Like, would you like it? If I give it to you already done, like already built. Maybe they should need a little bit more space between each other. And they're stuck, so they're not, they're staying there. Fuck. Okay. Cute. That's a nice thing, not gonna lie. Ha, fuck yeah. We don't care about your friends. This is how pro put glue on stuff. Oh, glue is finishing, Ollie. Shut up! I noticed as soon as I said it, I noticed like, please don't notice that I said it. Please don't notice that I said it. Okay, sushi is there. I mean to put sake. Okay, now we need, oh, we have to put them, or, oh shit, oh shit. Okay, this one has to be balanced. Again, like the little shelves. Let's do it. Back to praying. Back to praying, chat. Okay. First one is done. Oh, this one I should have like, fuck. Okay. Okay. Cute, right? Cute. Okay. Oh, my fingers. Oh, my fingers are hurting. Oh, my fingers. Okay. We're not stopping, but we are taking a break so I can take some snackies. Be right back. Hello? The void scene. What happened? What is the void scene? The no fun scene? What? Yeah, crisp with chopsticks because my hands are full of glue. I'm not gonna eat glue. I forgot about the hole. You saw my hole? You saw the hole of my pants? Did you Did you actually, Barbuhay? Did you Did you see my butt? I completely forgot. Wait, you saw my You saw my hole sounds really weird, Farah. Also because you saw my butthole. Oh my god. Oh god, I'm so sorry. No, these are just nachos. So. I'm sorry. Twitch, don't ban me, please. Oh, okay. I wanna see if you actually did. Okay, so. Did you see? I checked it back. Did you see skin or fabric through the hole? Fabric. 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 So you actually saw it? I'm so sorry. Sonia, what's happening? Why 30? Okay, you didn't see nothing. It's just fabric. No. ¿Por qué con palillos? Porque mis manos están llenas de glue. Cola. It's because of you. Eres una fantasía. Pegamento. Oh. Oh. Wait, let's play it again because I used to know it all of it. Sounds weird, right?
Колбасит соло, колбасер по пояс голый.
No. Listen. You already know that the people that are here on Sunday are... You know that the people that are here we have another level of like intimacy than the rest of the people that are not here like on during the weekend, right? So I'm gonna share this secret with you. When I was little, and I'm sure that I'm not the only one, but when I was little, I was like performing this song. I had like my entire like thing to do, like my little choreography, but it was like not like a dance choreography. It was more like a video clip choreography. Right, so I was like looking at I was like staring at the window and then turning around and singing that part and then keeping walking and then walk, stop, turn around, look on the floor, go down and like all of that. Oh, sorry, I needed water. Fun fact, you also need water. So maybe you should get some. We're missing the cat, and then we have to move on to the next steps. But we're getting closer. We're very, very close. Redeem story time? Shut up. Because of you, I don't think that cat is gonna stay on the thing because the thing is not straight. Okay. Okay. Fuck, I should have moved them. I think that this is a higher tone or something, right? It's different than what it is supposed to be. I cannot cry. Na 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 let myself. Y no entender a otra persona de otra razón. Bueno, ¿qué? ¿Tú no puedes? ¿Por qué no puedes? Porque debe ser es difícil porque cambia depende de dónde estés. Ah, oh, sí. You see, I think that I'm almost done with the glue, chat. We're almost over it. Look. Hey, focus on the glue. Ese. I know. Oh, just because it goes all in the cup. Alright. What is this one? You never know. You never know. Which one is the... It's a disaster not now. Hi, Dito. It's a disaster if like I glue things together that in the wrong way and like I cannot remove them anymore. Let me skip this one because we don't know it. Because of you, I fall from the slapboard. Because of you, I'm hard. Set that so I don't get hurt. Okay. Floor goes there. This one, we need to put this one, the D13. Oh, we're also gonna have shadows of people. Solo con latta non si può usare una colla meno forte. I don't think so, Diro. Like they're asking, like it has to stay. Like you cannot just use a normal glue. I think I'm not sure. Like, usually with these things, you need to have like a strong glue. Oh, you were not supposed to come out now. As long as we're not doing any rooftops anymore, I'm fine. I'm singing to the glue because of you, yeah. Because of you. Stupid glue. Oh, then we have all of these to put. There, we have all of these. Oh, nice. I like these ones. I wish I knew what they were saying in Japanese. Anyone of you speaks Japanese or they can read it? I don't have cola caldo. Shut up. No, I think that with color color, that would have been a mess. Okay. We're putting this one in the middle. Okay, we are putting this one up here. Gomenasai Nintendo Kawasaki. This song is giving me anxiety. Wait. Okay. Oh no, 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 oh no, it's stuck to my finger. Okay. Where is the? Not the right one, but okay. Oh, there you go. Don't go away. Okay. I have to remember to keep it like in this way so it doesn't get out every time. I don't have to destroy my fingers. We're gonna try to get through this one as much as we can with this glue that we have. If we end it before, it's fine. I don't know this song. Oh, fuck. I should use this one. Then we put, you know, there's the one with the E. I'm scared of like putting them in the wrong way. No, okay, this one is the right way, but this one goes first. Do you know this song? Okay. Okay. Then we have the one with all Chinese characters. Okay. Sandra, you're doing good. Doing 75 out of 100. I'm proud of you. What's up? Why are you doing so well today? Okay, and then we have the one. This one. Oh wait, which is the right side? This one, I think. Yes. We're almost there. You drink a lot of water? Sandro, we're talking about water? Right? I don't see any answer over there. 95, let's go, Lisa. Obviously not. It's the obviously. Oh well. As long as you're safe at home, I'm happy you're having fun. Okay. Oh, we have teeny tiny ones. D21. Okay. They have to go over here. Okay. What is this song? D21 to 21, but what the heck? Oh. Oh well, they're gonna be like this, I guess. Alright. But like equals sparkling water. Kind of for how much water there is in it, for sure. Oh no, we have to do one more rooftop. Fuck, we have to do one more rooftop. Rooftop. I hate the rooftops. Ah, okay, let's just do it. Let's just get over it. D4. I got baited by the fact that there were no more in that one. But instead there were just hiding. Wolf top, shut up. This sounds like The Sims music, doesn't it? Like the building. We're building the kitchen right now on The Sims. Next year, but I can't make any promises yet since it depends a lot on stuff. Yeah, that would be lovely, Angelo. Let me know if you come. Okay. Sims 2 vibes. You know what I'm talking about, Arya? You know this song, right? Exactly. Oh. 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 Ernesto. Shit. Not when I'm doing the rooftop. Why is it always happening when I'm doing the rooftop? Yeah. Ernesto. Hold on. Ernesto, thank you so much for that.
Smile.
I appreciate you. Ernesto, not Ernesto. I'm sorry. Stop wolfing and meowing. Are you vibing to The Sims? The rooftop? Shut up. Okay. We need to put F6 and F5, one on top of each other. Wait. An electric tonight. Moonlight. Is it? I get the sometimes sadness. Oh my god, let's go. Wait. Before you go. Summertime sadness. Wait, what is... I just wanted you to know, baby, you're the best. I love the summertime, sadness. Summertime, sadness. Got the song. And there we go. It was not the right part, Arya? It was not. It was so... I actually thought it was. Oh, no, don't move. No, don't move. Don't move. Okay. Sometimes. If you find any brand that does the same thing, but it's more like about like oh, thank you. Oh, it's fine. But it's more like you clip it in. Let me know because I'd love to do that one for sure. You see, like this one, I just clipped it in and it's done. Look at it. Look at it. It's becoming so cute. Oh my god, Silver. Yeah, no, I am not single. You better be careful, otherwise your dad will get mad. I'm kind of jealous of a person, you know. I keep telling him that we can share, but he doesn't want an open relationship. What can I do? I'm so into the Lana Del Rey, mood right now. I hate men are disgusting. I just wanna die on the sunset while I smoke my cigarette and my cabriolet and I go with my t-shirt without bra because I'm freeing my nipple because I am Lana Del Rey. Fuck. Okay. Okay, now you stay there and try a little. All right. Wait, how can it look like that? Oh, okay. So I like girl. I just said that I like your dad. You are all kids. You're so mature, Silver. You're so mature. You're right. Oh, you're so much better. Trying to find love on Twitch. You're so mature. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry we're not as good as you are. But I will grow up, you know. I'm just a small baby. I'm still a small baby. Fuck, oh no, I slammed the cat out of the chair. We already listened to this one, right? It's a bad habit. We have to squeeze the last glue. I just wanted to put the parts together. Wait, this one should work. How can that go over here? Okay. Just gotta trust this. Oh. Okay. We need to put this one. After am I passing from Ankh? I didn't have that in plan. Why is everyone asking? Is something happening at Ankh's? We have this much glue, chat. We have only this much. Wait, this much glue. You see this? Starts here and ends up there. Ah, it's gonna be a pain. Let's skip this one. We already heard this one. Oh, there's Mr. Rip. Oh, cool. I bet so many people met me thanks to Rip, right? He's such a nice person. Something happened? No. Nothing happened. Okay. We're missing a flower. What is that flower? F8. I like this music. Also, it looks like it fell down. This flower looks like it fell down. Okay. Okay, oh my god, we're still not done. D2. Is this D? D2, F24, and F5. F24. Oh, 24, these two. And F25, this one. Oh, F5. Oh my god, I cannot read numbers anymore. So this one, it's... Are you D2? Oh no, you are D3. Shit. Okay. You didn't look like D2. Get back in there. Ooh, ah, no! Hold on. Can you remind me, Chad, that where is it? What? Oh. Can you remind me that the one that I got out is the D3? That would be lovely. So with this one, we have to do... Wait, I'm getting further away from you. I don't know why. Okay, let me move this one away. I think that we don't need this one anymore for a little while. Alright. Okay. What? Why are you saying get wrecked? To who are you saying get wrecked? F5? Oh, like this. Alright. Oh, on top. Oh, to the bookhand falling from the table? Nah. Where am I supposed to put these? Oh, fuck. These are gonna be difficult. For these ones, I'm gonna need this. And we have to put them, like... Where? Like, randomly? Where I want them to? Like, one here. Oh, this song. I just want you to know who I am. Anna, you know what we could do? Anna, if you're out there. Anna, are you there? If you're playing Valorant, it's fine. We don't have to, but it would have been cool if you were. We get into our Discord call and you sing. Oh, fuck. Why am I using my? So random? No, that's not random. Then I don't know. She loves to sing. She's just shy. And in this situation, she would be singing. No one commenting. Like not like putting attention to her. Like, you know, just. Oh, am I gluing my t-shirt? Nice. Okay, we have to wait for this to get. Okay. D15. On the floor. We're starting to build in it. We're starting to we're starting to actually make it happen. You want to? We are on step 34. I still don't understand why it has to be like, this one has to be not. Why does it have to have these ones under that are not like making it stable? What is this piece? Oh, I have to put glue. And then we put this one. Oh. Okay, I need to glue them though. What is the name of this song? D14 now. Wait, why did they? Maybe I should have put it before. Recycle. What? Oh wait. Don't walk away to see me, 'cause I don't think that they understand. And everything's made to be broken. I just want you to know who I am. I should have maybe put this one before you dump instructions. Okay. Always. Okay. No, there was no glue inside the box. No glue inside the box. You have to get it. Alright, it's starting to look good. Oh no, we have to do some stairs. Holy fuck, we have to do stairs. Okay, D11. Then we need all of these. D7, D7. They're very, very careful with the details for this one, right? It's already 7 p.m. Okay. Okay. D10 on the bottom. Oh, this is gonna be so much need of stairs. Jeez, worst nightmares. Yes. Okay, this one. But the point is, like, we have to put like a lot of glue for this ones. All right, a lot of glue for just some stairs. You know, that's what I don't like. No! No! Okay. Let's wait for it to glue while we put the other things. Like, we have to put where is it? What is that? H. H is here. We have to put a little ticket at the entrance. So nice. Look what we have to put. This one, isn't it cute? But we have to put it right there. You think it's gonna stick? We just wait a little, I guess. I wonder what that says. Streamer is dumb. Imagine. Okay, I think that we have to keep it like this so you can. No. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Wait, was I supposed to put some glue there? Maybe? Okay. Yeah, we're waiting a second. Melissa, you can find it on my Instagram stories. Yeah, they should put the glue inside the box, right? Because not everyone knows what the fuck they have to put in there. Oh, I was supposed to do all the stools? I didn't do all the stools. Okay. Let's put glue, I think, on this door. Otherwise, this is always gonna be... Oh. Wait, this one comes away. Because let me see how it goes. It touches on this and this side, right? Alright, so on top and on the side. Okay. I could actually put it before. Not really, because then I have to, okay. Okay, something did. Did I already glue my hands together? Not really, not yet. It's just not sticking. I just have to stay here and hold it. But then this one is not staying straight. things are not going as planned. I think that this is the moment where we realize that so many things were not. Oh, I like this song. As they were supposed to be, you know? That we went a little bit too much with our imagination that what it's actually saying in the instructions. But look at this. Look at it! It's starting to look cute. It's starting to look dope, right? The stairs, okay. Bang. The fuck happened? Did I hear a noise? Oh! Do we actually need the stairs? Do we? We only said about your words. I've got 100 times. You go back to her. Go back to. We're doing electricity part. Oh, we also have stickers. Bad. Choose a 20 centimeters long wire and a 25 long installation as shown in the picture. So I need 1 and 1. Bang, bang, bang. I go back to, we only talk about it words. You go back to where and I go back. I'm so confused by the cables. I'm spending. Oh my god, these are so complicated. Why they're so ingarbugliate? Ingarbugliate, voce del verbo ingarbugliare in Italian. Oh wait, okay, so they're all of them have a black and a red wire. Okay, so we have this one and I think this one. Yes, no. This one and this one. Okay, you go here. And then we have... what is this song? This one. Wait, through which one? What are we talking about? Did I miss a step? No. Oh, there's no lights in the back. Oh, it's another one. Okay, wait, you move. Thank you. I need you. You're the joy of my eye. You're the first one. You came out so good. Okay. We need a 20 centimeters long. Does it says like we need. Oh wait, there's also a 15 centimeters one. Okay, so I got a shorter one. Okay, so I need. Do it again. Oh no, it's not that song. Okay, so I need these and this. I need these two. The other ones, no need. It's a temporary one. It's a temporary one. So we need these two. We need to put like a 25 centimeters poking out of here. So it's gonna come out of here like this. Okay. And then we're gonna need... Oh, a F15. Oh, these are for cables? That's so cool. Look at what we get like those little things too for cable. Oh, I cannot even break it. We get stuff for cable management inside the little house. Okay. So we turn this one around. And it's saying to place... Wait. Where did it go? Oh, here. It's saying to place this one. Like, both of these are gonna come through this... Ah, this little hole right here. Alright. Okay. And this one should still be pinned down here. Okay. The little thing that they gave me is never gonna hold them. But we can try. Oh my god. It's glued. No, it's attached to the... Oh, fuck. Okay, I need to... Okay. Maybe we got this. Maybe we got this. Yeah, Annie, I'm gonna stretch in a second. We're in a very delicate moment. Will we be able to put this one right here to stop the cables from moving? I have really hard doubts. Okay, no, it is there. Okay, it is stuck there. And now we put some stickers. I would love to have another help. I would love to have another help from someone. Okay. Okay, this one needs to go here. Okay. Okay. That one is attached. Oh, that thing with the glue did not get attached for shit. Okay, but we can just go with this, and I have more scotch. I think that we can go for more tape, you know. Did one sticker just... Oh, so many stickers already came out? What the heck? Or is it just my imagination? I remember when I lost my mind. Bless your soul. Ciao mamma. Ciao papi.
Quanto ne hai?
Un po', potete cenare. Potete cenare.
Che cos'è quella roba lì che ti ho guardato sul video?
È una casetta, un portalibri.
Un porta?
Un appoggialibri.
Ma era stamattina che vai dietro?
Sì.
Quel Vabbè.
Ciao.
E cosa c'è quel barattolo lì?
Quale barattolo? Una candela.
E quindi mangiamo, ci sono gli occhietti?
Grazie.
Mangiamo da soli?
Sì, già te lo so. Do you think that it's normal? No. What the fuck? Dun, 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 dun. Bolt right facing right. What's the right though? Shit, this bull blade is way too inside. It's definitely not facing right. Ha ha ha, bless your soul. Hi Lorjo. Hi Joey. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Look at this cable management. Perfect right here. Okay, so we need to do like something, like we need to close the back. I like it. Scared about it because it means that I cannot do anything about it anymore. But which one has to do? This one. Oh, I still have some nachos. Wait. Yeah, nacho break. Nacho break is needed. Okay. Some more nachos. I think so, Libros. Look at the expertise with chopsticks, of course. Okay, we need to put glue. Hi, LG. How are you? Wait, you thought that the glue was coming with the set, Kami? I was like, I was complaining about it. I was complaining about like they did not give it to me and that I should get another one. Go to dinner, Clyde. Enjoy your dinner. What is this song? Pasta al forno? Shit, you're lucky. Taylor Swift, Don't Blame Me. Don't blame me, na, 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 na. Okay, I see it. Okay. Okay, we made it with this side. Let me finish the taco, the nachos. Right, we're putting one more picture. Oh! I wanna fly on the broken one too many times. Okay. Didn't fucked it up? No, it should be. Okay, cables should be coming out of here. Okay, we have to put these two together. Oh my god. This is so fucking scary. Oh, that right, that was not touched. Oh fucking, I got so scared. Oh my god. How could you ADHD never? Why? What do you think would happen? Like you would get too distracted and start doing something else? Oh my god. It doesn't want to enter. Oof. Doesn't want to enter. Oh, exactly. Oh, there we go. Oh, nice. I found my technique now. Nice. Now let me raise it. I don't know where to grab it because I feel like everything is too unstable. Dad, we did this. Oh, after 6 spritz? Holy. No, don't do it. Don't do it, chat. Please don't do it. Okay, here. And then we have a 15 that has to go. How does this work? Wait, let me turn it around. Okay. Oh, they're actually telling me. Okay. The shorter one, which is the 15, this one, should go. Oh, because there is one thing that we haven't done yet, because it kept getting. All right. We did not do this passage. I touched it. I touched it. Thank you, Luby. Is it Let It Go? Or like something from Frozen? It feels like, right? Libros, what do you have to achieve? Oh, best thing I've ever had? Beyonce? Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Beyonce. Wait. Oh, wait, let me remove this thing. I think that they can be detached, right? Okay, so then they don't wait too much. What happened? Peter, what did you do? Careful. Okay, let me do this. I'll do this step in the meantime. I'll do another step in the meantime. While we wait for this one to dry a little bit more. This one I need E. Oh, have we ever used the E? Oh yeah, at the very beginning. At the very beginning. Okay, okay. This. You tried to find the link in my story. I tagged the profile. Sorry. Sorry. And then I need all the spare parts. F8. Nice. They're giving me a spare parts of like very dumb things. Like I would have rather like had spare parts of other. Live music? Where are you listening to live music, Metal in Verona? Hey. How can this one stay here? Oh my god, the glue is never gonna stick. My hands are shaking. My hands are way too shaky for this. Wait. maybe I fucked it up. Just letting you all know. No, I cannot have fucked it up. It should, like, there is no other way that it went. It couldn't have gone in any other way, so that should be alright. Ah, hi Hugo. When did they tell me to do the lamppost? Never. What? Oh, I see what they want me to do. Okay. So we need to do the lamps, which where I remember we got the... there we go. Oh, this song. Libros, yes, I was asking what do you need motivation for? What is going on? There are no referral codes, but I don't know if you put notes, maybe you can say that you got it from me. Like, I don't think that they get many requests. So if you write it, oh, I saw it from study time. I just wanna to say, so maybe like next time we can get. But are you sure you wanna get it, CCN? Like, I'm planning to ask them for a code to have it cheaper. Wait, this is a really cool idea for like a gift for Christmas. This is super... Oh, I can wait? It's a Christmas... Oh, okay. Nice. I was just saying that, CCN. Oh my god, we're too connected. We need the lamp, the mailbox now. Oh. Which one were you thinking of getting, Sisian? Oh, we're almost out of glue. Okay. This one, that one. Are you okay now? Yes. What was the passage that we missed before? Let me check it out. Here. We have to plug this one in, and this one help it make it stable. All right, let me put some glue under here. Okay. Oh. All right. Under the cables. There you go. All right. And then he wants it to go down here. Oh, I see it. Okay. Does it have to stick? Like how farther? How down does it have to stick out? Not much. I think that this would be alright. You need a stick? Yeah, let me stick it to it. And I hope there will be like a better code than Pog Hello 49. That was a very... What the heck was that code? Okay. Okay, we have the little bulb coming out. Okay, what else? Is it gonna be seen in this? Yeah, the light is gonna be visible. Then we need the last part. This one goes up here. All of these go this way. Oh my god. Harry Potter inspired ones looks good, right? I think so. I think... Oh, we're missing one. Can we glue that before? Oh no, we put this one here. Alright. Alright, and then we have to put... Wait. It didn't say anything about his side. Oh, B. It just says like take B and just glue it to it. Alright. I'm just gonna take B and I'm just gonna glue it to it. Alright. Okay. All right. It's like and I am. Na 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 myself. Woo! Na 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 na. Crazy. Oh, that did a very bad noise. Oh, it was the rooftop, of course. Wait. Fuck, we didn't put the two lights in this one. Fuck, we didn't put the two lights. Wait, did it? Oh, fuck, we didn't put the two lights in here. It got in too far, too easily, right? Imagine if I didn't have these long nails. Wait, and this one needs to go higher. How? Wait, they cannot fit. Wait. Okay, let me put. Oh, wait. Let me put these ones first, so I don't think about the cables anymore. I would be less scary with the claws, then I'll keep them on. Did you know the song? Or was it the only one vibe in there? Okay, the last... This one is very difficult. Is it really hard? I mean, if I made it and it's my very first time that I do any type of craft, anyone can do it, to be fair. This is the most difficult part. This is the most difficult part. Shit. Wait, what if I made it go through? No, that's not gonna work. This is such a pain. Wait. Alright. Oh, okay. Oh shit, I need a new one. With just one handed. But I have to leave it. Alright. Oh. Oh. Oh, the stories. This in the stories. Sorry, I didn't make it too like I could have like did a lot of like posts and stuff about it, but it's not sponsored or nothing. So it's not like I did it like to gatekeep, but I just didn't think about it, you know. And now we freaking glue them together. You see, the sides is gonna look like this on the side. Oh, don't fall. Okay, now I need you to move a little bit up because you need to be on the streets. But there's a hole here. How was there? Okay, there is supposed to be a hole here. Okay, I see. All I am is a man. And my bed. That's yours. No? It's not that song? Is that that song? And now that's yours. Yeah. I think about. Wait, maybe I should first put these two together. The last one, it's so fucking difficult. The last one is way too difficult to put together. Oh, I'm getting so stressed. So, no, we're chilling. This is a chilled one. This is a chilled one. We are. If you get into your mind that it's difficult, then it is gonna be difficult, right? No, it's a easy. Pff, this is for babies. This is definitely for babies. Even Kami can do it. Come on. I don't know where to grab the one in the back, you know? I'd love to have someone here, like, they just hold it up, you know? That's yours. Okay, okay. This side is done. We need to put this side also together. Oh, we're almost there. Oh my goodness. Can I? Oh, maybe I can do this. Yes, yes, okay. Yes, I'm strong, by the way. Oh, what a nice sound. Okay, let's see what happened in the inside. Inside is okay, I would say. Could have been worse. Something worse could have happened. It's like this, the inside. Oh dear, here we had a struggle. Here we had a little bit of a struggle. Ah! Something might have fallen. Oh, the rooftop has fallen. Okay, this one has to go in there. This one has to go in there. Okay. Oh, there is a cable here that you're not supposed to be. Oh well, you're gonna. There's a cable here that is not going through the right. Oh, something else fell. Ah, that one fell. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. That one I can just glue it back up. You see, this one has to go. Oh, where is it? A piece of rooftop on the floor. Because together, won't you ever be here forever? I'd always be a friend. A little bit late. Ah, now it's gonna be a pickle to put it back. How am I? Wait, so if it fell, it means that it can go back up. Oh no! Don't glue my desk. I feel like a giant in a very teeny tiny Go, Annie, go. Oh. Not often I feel like that. Shit. Do you feel like that? Oh, plus this light is not the best. Always here forever, little friend. Please don't fall. Oh shit, it fell. Again. Tell mommy.
Che punto sei?
Almost done, but it's kind of complicated in some points. Like right now, something fell. Wait, if I hold it. Ciao, Pera. I'm trying to sing so I don't scream. Under my umbrella. Looks like a hopper horror video. Shit! Mamma! Can you do me a favor? Puoi prendere quel telefono? Oh wait, let me. Okay. I need you to take a picture. Fammi una foto. Grazie. Fatta?
Non ci mette tanto.
Vabbè, basta, basta. Grazie. Grazie.
Che puzza che c'è?
È la candela.
Mamma
Non ti piace? She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She doesn't know she's in the video. I don't know about you, but my video always takes ages to upload. Yeah, my parents are always like this. My own parents are always like this. Okay, let me check what do we have to do next. We did that. Oh, we need to do the back of this one, but I don't know about doing the back one because like we still have to put the chairs. We have to put the where? Oh, let's see. And then we close it. The things will come out of it. Didn't upload yet. Well, things will come out. Then I put the dog and the lady, and then I close with that thing, and then it's almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done. Libros, I still did not understand what do you need motivation for. I don't want to scam you, you know? Otherwise people will start saying, she's scamming me. Points, me. Okay. Oh, we have these ones that we can... I think that they're supposed to like stay on the... I think that they should be like attached to the ground. Yeah, I need to glue them. Oh, also that and that one. Fuck, I forgot two things. Are you gonna stay together? No. No. Stop impersonating you? Well, maybe my mom can help me out. Mama! Mama! She's screaming, yay! Let's see if she is gonna come over here. She's just gonna be, yay! Oh. Vuoi aiutarmi o ti stressa questa cosa? Ok, never mind. Stragag! Thank you so much for the sub! No, no, it is not a real tattoo. It is not, no worries. It is not a real one. I know my mom.
at you or Joe?
My mom looks so focused. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Okay. What if I put my phone up here? Okay, so you hold that one. All right. But then how can I? Shit. How can I put? Well, we can start to do the back of this one. We can start to do the back. Something fell. What is this song? By the way, thank you so much for that. Zuckerberg and Victim Buffett, amateur can fucking suck. Okay, we have to glue a couple of stuff in here. Malibu, but Miley Cyrus. Oh. Malibu. You're right. Okay, this one is empty. This one is also empty. We did them both. I'll put them in the back. Here we're missing just the lady and the dog, I think. Here we're missing a couple of things. Where the fuck are we supposed to put these things? Where were we supposed to put these? No. What? No. Don't tell me that I missed out on something. Please. Oh, they're up here. Oh, they're later. Oh, they are later. Oh my god, they are later. Oh, I got so fucking scared. Okay, they're gonna go in there later. Okay. We have okay. What is this one, Arya? Do you recognize this one? Are we gonna win the bet? Yes, if you bet on me, yes. Elastic Herd? Oh my god, I would have never guessed that. Oh, now I get it. Now I hear it. I feel like Arya is very much tilted right now because I'm singing so not the right words and not at the right time. Of course not. Oh. Okay. We have our things, the things that we placed before. Okay, so we need the one with the Matryoshka. This one, I forgot we had these. In fact, I just destroyed them kinda. Do you remember about these ones? F20 and oh, there we go. F20 per 2. Oh, I have to do like a. Oh, that is sweet. I got stuck here. Look at what I have to do. You don't even see these two. I have to put one on top of each other. We need your favorite Italian song, but you sing it. Oh, do I even have an Italian favorite? Oh, anything from Battisti for sure. I was trying to think about Italian, like. Oh. think we actually made it with this shitty glue. Where did I? There we go. You can break me. I'm still fighting for me. Oh, here? Okay. That's where you have to go. The cat mask is kawaii. It is cute, isn't it? I really like the mini details that there are. Look at that. Like, what is this one? What is this one? What is this? Wait, don't tell me. I know it, don't let me. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna definitely stitch, like attach. What is the name of this one? Oh my back. What are you doing, Arya? Arya, are you singing? Arya, are you actually singing right now? This bitch, she's actually singing right now. She's gatekeeping. That's what she's doing. She's gatekeeping her voice. I need a riot. I'm seeing Arya that she's singing from alright. Okay. I'm seeing Arya from video, by the way. This is how I check on my mods. The audacity, for real. Okay, I don't think that this is a good idea, but I'm still gonna try. Because in any case, I would have to stay there with my hand. Okay, no, that is not a good idea. Unless I just move everything like this for a little while. My hands feels too big. This one. Okay. Oh, this is way too high. Oh! Did you hear it too? Did you hear the sound? Okay. Oh. What? If Arya sings, I'll give. In live, I'll give 5 subs. That's what I'm saying, Arya. You should be doing this. We should be streaming. I will give you the stream, you know? So you don't have to do it all the time. You can do it like once per week. And still have the community, you know, the people. Like, you don't have to stream like every day because I'm streaming every day, you know? Oh. Ah. Ah. Yeah, you can get the money. Like, I think that if you do, I think that you'd rather it will be better if you do like you tips the mods, you know. I can actually do like just a tipping one just for Arya if you want. This is starting to look good, by the way. I mean, it started already a long time ago to look good, but it's cute. So many things are happening in there. This is the same song, right? Hold on tight, chat. This is a sad song. This is a very sad song. Yes, Arya, let's cry. Okay, now we have to add some things on the floor, alright? Next part is only adding stuff on the floor. Let me move this. That's where I find love for her touch. This is worst. I should have one of those things that like dentists have. You know, the ones that are like... No, don't fall. Let me show it to you. No, stay. Well, worst scenario, we're not gonna have a mailbox. We're not gonna have a mailbox. It's not like, how is it? This is not like, this is rounded under. How is this supposed to stand? Wait, let me. No. It should not be in front of the door of the person, so I'm just gonna put it here. Okay, that one is there. And the lamppost is gonna be next to the door. Like, you see, this one is flat, this one is okay. Okay, this one is done. We need to do the back. In the back, we need to add the cat, restaurant. Oh, we have a problem here. Well, we're gonna figure out later. Oh, we're gonna figure out now, since I broke the problem. Okay, I'll show you. Okay. Okay, you see, I broke this one. I just have to add it. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Oh, we have to do all this. No, what fell? Oh, just the lantern. It's okay. It's okay if the lantern falls. We are the last drops of glue, by the way. Okay. Oh. We need to put this one all the way back there. Oh gosh. Why didn't it make me do it like before? Before closing everything. They like to make things harder. What is this song? Stress. Oh, I should have also connected like that. It's fine. They're gonna be closed like this. Is this another like Frozen stuff? What is this? Night Changes? This one? Alright, that one. There's one more piece and it's F23. Did I put it right? Yes, I put it right. Where is F? Oh, here. Okay. That we have to put on the floor. I like the ones that I have to put on the floor because there is gravity on my side, you know? Are we back on music like from where this one has to go? Oh, right under the door. Okay, like a doormat. Okay. No! No, why does it always fall on the glue? I don't have any more glue. Stop. It's like the bread on the floor, you know? It always falls where the butter is. Okay, the little step is there. Alright, we have the cat. But listen, this tool, it's very bad. How is this supposed to like... be straight? This cannot be a straight stool. Oh, it can. I just have to push it more. Ah, fair. So let me put back the cat on this one. And then we have to do more stools for the cat's friend. Okay. Oh. Wait, no. Stupid cat. Get back on your chair. Stay on your chair. Don't move from your chair. We have to make more stools. Okay. Okay. It's How Life Goes. What song is that? I don't know what the song that Life Goes. It's not Life Goes, it's Night Changes. just have to put a little bit of like, you know, strength. Oh my god, we're generally at the last drops. Not even. I think that we don't even have the last drops. Oh no! Melanie! We don't have any more! Glue is Dutch, but we need to finish the back. Okay, listen. Stews. We're gonna have to do the stews next time. Like, we're gonna... Let me put this one looking at the bottom. Oh my god. I'll just let this one like this for a little while. Here. No, stay up here. Okay. We need to do the back, so then we are cool. There's the stairs that we should add. We're not gonna add the stairs. Can we all agree that we will not have stairs in this little thingy? No, the stairs are supposed to be back here, like back here. You see like a couple of them. No, right? We don't care. We don't care. Not agree? No, we do agree. Come on, we do agree. Come on, please agree. Please agree with me. We do care. We do not care. I don't have any more glue for the stairs. I don't have any more glue for the stairs. Please. Please. I cannot sleep. Shut up. Oh my goodness. Oh. I just have to put like one stool here. Oh, because if I don't put it now, I can never put it. Let me just get the last drops of glue to do this stool. Okay. And then also Don't riot! It's a geography? Yes, exactly. Oh, we have to wait. We have to wait to put it in. Where I can actually... No, I need to wait. Stop rioting! We have no more glue! And we are... Stairs are for short people and we are not. Yes, I agree. 100%. Yes, I'm standing by that. If you're rioting, it means that you're short and you need stairs. No more riots? No more riots? No more riots? I'm 6.4. No, I'm not knocking on the table. I'm doing this, Dumbo. I'm not knocking on the table. Okay. Please be nice. Okay. Okay, we have the stool. The stool was positioned inside. The others two are gonna be in the front, so who the fuck cares? Cat, stool is ready. You saw the ad on Instagram? Yeah, they're doing a lot of ads lately. That's how I found them. So this one, we just have to Oh, we have to do the lightning? No, we already did the light stuff there. So we just close this. We did the lights. We did the lights. How do we close it though? Oh, fuck. Wait, what if I just... No, I cannot. Or the stool will fall. Let's change the music. Okay. 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 Like, it should be closing, but something is not, you know, like, it's pushing back, I think. From just closing. Is it a cable? No, cables are all there, right? Yes. Right. Wait. Maybe I should glue them. But I don't think that there is enough. Maybe I can use some tape for now. It doesn't close because I skipped the stairs. Shut up. Shut up. Did you create the event for what? Event for what? I think that there is like some problems here. This part is too chunky. Or maybe let me put. It's a secret. What are we doing? For Arya. For Arya Singren's theme. Oh my god, I'm dying. IFG Danny, hi. Sorry, we're struggling here. Almost done with this. Wait. Do you know this song? No? Alright. We're gonna put a little bit of tape on it. Right here where no one can see it, you know? Why? You have to keep secrets of what? What kind of secrets are the mods making you keep? I don't know why I got this. Yes, Danny, I'm Italian. Hi. Are you also Italian? Okay. I'm also gonna put it on all the junctures, to be honest. I wish I had like a clear tape, but I don't. Intoxication from glue? It could be. If that is a thing, it could be. Everything fine. What about you, Danny? How is your evening looking like? Fuck. Okay. It's toxic indeed. Nice. All those scamming secrets? What even are those? There's no scamming secrets. This was... this was extenuating. Oh my god. Fun, but fuck. It took us so long. Yeah, I will not remove it. I will never remove this tape. I will never remove the tape. I will never remove that tape. Alright. You see, because it's here is the problem. Like a little bit of a problem. It's like still, oh, it's fine. Alright. Oh my god, there's still some stuff to do. Wait. We are not done yet. Almost. Not entirely. We need to put this one. Okay, so this one has to go out from here. From where? No, we do have the lights. We do have the lights. This one, wait, let me... This one has to go. Oh. Wait, this one is supposed to go here? But what about the cable? Wait, it's supposed to be so less space back here. Like, this one should, like, cover all of it. To let you understand. Holy fuck. We fucked up. Okay. But if I put this one here, and the batteries, I put the batteries in there. How am I gonna take them out ever again? I'm never gonna take them out? And I pushed it way too back. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna close it. There's no top thing? There's nothing on the top? There is nothing on the top? Holy fuck. Wait, so as soon as I put battery in here, then we have the lights? Wait, let me go get it. Let's see if they work. You're the only English USA streamer I follow. Oh, I'm actually Italian. Sorry. Okay. This is the moment of truth. Are you ready? Are you ready? Moment of truth. Please, Prage. Rage in chat. Ah! How is working? It's a bit way too light, too bright. Get back inside. You're way too bright. Okay. Oh! Look at this! It's cute! There's cables hanging out, but it's... It's cute! There's maybe too much light. Is there a way to dim the power? Wait, so... Oh, off? And on. I will definitely have to find a way to like... I don't want it to like... I don't want it to be always on, you know? Look at that! So many things! This roof? It's fine. Done. Fixed it. Ignore the rest. Look. Wait, it looks way more bright on the screen on stream, but here is not that bright. Oh, stairs, it's so fine without stairs, to be honest. Look at this. This one, maybe it's still a little bit... No. Fix. Nice. It's not done. It's not done. We're still missing, like... No, this upstairs. It's great. Oh, wait, is that your first message? Is your Christmas gift? I don't think so. I just need to put... it's not done yet. It's not done. Okay, let's put the thing on front of it. No, it's not that broken. I promise you. It's not that broken. And now we're gonna prove it to you by putting this one in front of it. This one. See, this one is the proof. Is it supposed to be like this? Yes, this is the proof that it's not too broken. You see? Oh, this is how I'm gonna have to glue it. Nice. We just have the dog and the lady to put in. Don't really like the dog. He has like a little, like he's wearing something. I don't know. I like it without the people inside. Is it okay if I don't put them, you think? I don't like with the, like... I don't like how they are. Like, what the fuck? Like, they're so not the same. I don't think that they fit the whole thing, you know? I'm not gonna put them. Thank you, Kauze. We just have to put this one to glue. Oh, we have... No, wait, we have some lanterns. Some last lanterns. Last lanterns have to go. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. They have to go here. Wait. Did I break this one? Are you joking? I came all the way to the end. Oh, no, it's not broken. No, it is. Where did it go? What the heck? It actually broke. One of them broke. Like, I did all of it without breaking anything. One of it broke at the very end. Wait, let me put some glue on it. I'll put some glue. Wait, we can make it. We can make it happen. No worries, no worries. We can still save it. Doesn't hurt me. I swear we did everything without any problems. And now, like, of course, at the end. But we have to, like, attach it behind here, you know, like behind here. And behind there. Okay. But to do this, I'm gonna doesn't hurt me. Oh. Where's my phone? No! The stress that I have right now, because if I receive a notification, you're gonna see it. You have no idea. Okay, now we wait. Thank you, Rai Rai. Doesn't hurt. Don't make me angry just at the right end. Don't make me go. Oh, wait. Maybe I can put also some up here. Look at me pretending that I have a lot of glue when I have barely nothing. Okay. Fuck, I want to skip this song because we heard it already, but... No, did we? See you tomorrow, Kauze. Thank you for staying here. Oh no, we did not hear it. It was not this one. Yeah, right now it reminded me of Because of You, because this is another one that I had like my own choreography about. Don't you fucking move. I think we solved this lantern issue. I can see you crying. Most probably not on time, most probably. Okay, listen, lanterns. I'm now gonna remove my fingers. You're gonna stay at your place. Alright? Fuck, they're not. No, it is not. I don't wanna tell you the reason why. Do you think so? I can use tape? can see it going. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. Per gravity. If I move everything. I don't wanna do this anymore. I hear something rolling. I don't know what moved. I have no idea what moved, and I don't really care. Because now we're gonna put again the lanterns, and they're gonna work. Wait, you know what we could do before that? Fuck, not breaking everything. What did we break? Oh, it's just this one that is making the noise. Oh, that is scaring me. No, before we put the things on the outside. Yes. Where is it? I don't wanna do this anymore. I don't wanna be the reason why I already done it. Where is it? Chat, do you see it? Am I crazy? Am I gone crazy? The frame! Yes, where's the frame? Oh, here. No, we got it. Wait, maybe it's better if I... No. The last parts of glue. And then we're probably done. Okay. And now we flip it. Okay. Okay. Oh, what? The wolf top! Sounds so cheesy, the wolf top. Like, yeah, exactly like that. How do you like, hee hee hee. Oh my god, the wolf top. I think this is okay. Okay, and now we put the lanterns. Problem solving here, by the way. Shit. No. No! Okay. Broken Hearted Girl? Don't know this one. You see how we fixed this? I thought it was Adele. Oh shit, how do we... that doesn't quite look like the picture. It's a matter of light, you know? I think that the light is way too strong. Okay. Let's wait for them. The entire right part is detached. This one, yes, I know. I know. Oh, why did I move that? Why did I move it? Like, let it be there. When it's up, you cannot see it. When it's up, you don't see it. Ah, we're almost done, but like we are done. I think that the squares are the most complicated ones, you know, because like they have to like all stay in this box, and if it doesn't, it's a mess, and there's too many things that have to collide, you know. But I think that if you get like any others, oh, there's the Magic Alley. Actually, that one would also be cool. There's the Harry Potter Magic Alley. Show us the stairs. Fuck off, Kami. Oh, my back. Oh, this is more pain. This has been more painful than when I study or work. Love you, Cam. By the way, I think I'm gonna like. You said with this one like you can break. Like you just put it there. I think I'm gonna break one of these two. Oh, where are we? I'm gonna break one of these two things that come out, so the cables can come out of there, and I can still like turn it off and on. Because if I do this, like, this will not, you know. Okay. Gigads! Giga, thank you so much for that. Giga, thank you so much for the 5 months. Welcome back. I will try to cut this one off. I could have tried to cut the smallest one off, but you know, I like it to be in the back. Oh, I'm destroying my table. I feel like if I ever use this one for my bookshelf, I will never move it around, ever. I'm too scared. Because of my glue, you know, I don't know. Like, I feel like if you use like a glue that you trust, it would not be an issue. I feel that I can even like cut it. Done. Done. So I can just do this. You see, when you start to be very good at these things, then you start to take the freedom to do whatever the fuck you want. There we go. There we go. So with the cables are out, I can just have this one back. And whenever I want, I can just off and on. Okay. Now we should be able to move everything. Oh my god, I was super scared. It's not a bad decision, right? So it doesn't stay out. And if a comment says that it's not a bad decision, it's actually a good, really, really good. That's what fell off! This one fell off! How am I supposed to go all the way back there? How am I supposed to go all the way back there? Fuck. Okay. Lights are pretty, yes, I agree. They could be a little bit less strong, you know? Use the stairs. Shut up. We're gonna go like this. Let's try it again. Let's try to place them there. Oh my god. No, the lantern, it's fine. Oh no. No, the lanterns! No! I cannot get all the way there. I need someone with tiny hands. Aria, where are you? Wait, maybe I can use this one. Okay, okay. Okay, it is back in place. It is back in place. The lanterns are just legge. Accanimento terapeutico? Come on. We need to get back the lantern. What? No, I cannot get it. I cannot go all the way back there. They should definitely find a way to make the... No, I'm gonna put the lanterns. I'm gonna put them back, but just... Ah, yeah. This was very difficult. I really like it. I really like it with... Like, I wish... I know that I said it a lot of times, but I wish their lights were a little bit less strong. If the lights were a little bit less strong, this would be so good. This would be very, very good. It should be like more soft, you know? It should be softer. There's gonna be rain inside. It's actually outside, you know? By the way, the lanterns are here. This one's fell. But also the one on the lamp on the street. Let's just wait for it to dry and then I'll show you like this one. This one fell. This one. That's fine. This is the moment where you start fixing stuff and it destroys stuff. Discharge batteries to some... Where do I find discharge batteries? Where's the dog? I didn't want to put that. Like, I decided not... I consciously decided to not put the dog inside because I didn't like it. Also, like, the cat. I don't know. Like, it... I feel like it just ruins a little bit. Like... You know? I don't know if I'd like it to be inside. Okay. Add a layer of paper. I'm not gonna open this shit again. I'm never gonna open this shit again. Okay. Fuck, it fell! I need to stop being so impatient. Where did it go now? I cannot see. Oh, also the other lantern fell. Also the other lantern fell. Oh, I see the... Oh, listen, they're gonna stay like they're staying like that. All right. Ta-da! Ta-da! Yeah, we're gonna just keep it like this. I cannot make it the lanterns happen. The lanterns are not staying out for the sake of God. It looks nice. It does look nice. Yes, wait, let's see if I can just... There's not an in-between, right? No, there's no in-between. Either off or on. And there's not even like a dimmer or something. That's fine. Oh, we made it. Look. It's good. As a first try on modeling, this is good. As a first try, this was good. Thank you always. Pay the bets! Pay the bets! We made it. And thank you for everyone who believed in me. And to everyone who did not believe in me. Not as bad as it could have gone. Thank you. I appreciate you for the very charming words. Oh. Believe that I achieved. Oh my god, yes. You believed in me yesterday? You wanna eat the construction? What? Katie, if you go on my Instagram, I posted a story where I also put like the link to them. They... Oh no. And let me answer, like they answer to my story. Let me answer to the creators, like the ones that gave me this. So maybe they can give us already the maybe a discount or something. Chance to get a discount code for my community. They loved it. Let's see. Yeah, so you can have a nice one. Yeah, I didn't want to put them. Well, I decided not to put them. I didn't like them so much. Yeah, no, I'm missing more than 3. I'm missing the bottles in the back. I'm missing the lantern post that it's way back there. It fell. We're missing the 2 lanterns on the top. We're missing the lady and the dog, but I didn't want to put the lady and the dog. And we're missing like a stool and a stool with the cat. The stairs. There's so many things there. You see, I took some freedom in my choices. I took some liberty in representation. You want me to put it more on focus? Is this better? I really like this side. Yeah. I didn't do half of the things. I did so many. How would you deal with your family if it were toxic? Josh, we can discuss another time, I guess. Oh my god, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. You want me to turn on the light? Cute. I'm thinking I'm gonna put it like on the shelf. Mental workout. Mental workout for sure. For sure it was a mental workout. Oh, let me put... This is a 24-hour stream, so I don't think so. Wait! Where was this supposed to go? Up here. Okay, up here. Oh, up here, up here. Wait, when were we supposed to put that one? I don't remember. Oh, we have to... Okay, wait, we're still in time. We still can do it. This one is okay. This one we can do it. You see? I thought about all of it. If we still have some glue. Please don't leave me now, glue. Don't leave me now. We still have some work to do, please. Okay. Okay. I would love to have like a... Oh. Nice. Go little glue. You got this. I think that I'm gonna finish this one. Like, I'm gonna go get the right... I'm gonna get the right things to like make it. You know, the right glue. Yeah, you will have some people in the background now. Nice. It does look tilted, doesn't it? But that's how it is supposed to look like. It looks like this part is bigger than this one. That's fine. Movie night? Yes, I think so. Yes, Godpa, we were saying that we were gonna move it. Oh, Lee. Oh. By the way, I'm gonna let you know if they give me like a code for you to have this one for cheaper. So then we can all we can get it for like less. That would be lovely, wouldn't it? Especially for Christmas. I guess like soon they're gonna have all those things for Christmas. Oh shit, sorry. I'm gonna let me see where I can put it. This is way too close. Hi. Let's see. I remember that I have a hole in my pants, so I'm just gonna walk back like this. I'm just walking back like this. How am I feeling after finishing the challenge? Very good. Very good. Or should I put it here? Should I maybe put it here? You think that it's better? But not turning. Is it better here? Oh, there is no focus. Wait. Okay. Do you think that it's better like here? Like it should be holding books. And maybe I can put books now here. Maybe I can put books there too. And I think that here you see it more, you know? I think that here you see it more than... You see it more there than there. Like there I already have the candle and the G. So I'm just gonna put it here. Oh, I have some paper here. So we can put this one here. Let me put a couple of books that I have down here. Over there. Oh, I need this. I was actually looking for you. This is a really, really cool bookmark that I have. Mods, can you please put us back to just chatting, please? What is this like an agenda of mine? Yeah, I don't need this one. I'm gonna put these ones here. What do you think? Is it nice? Like there's a candle in front of it, but I put the candle here. And just turn it on and you leave it down there. It's cool, right? Wait, let me remove also the image. It's cool. And I feel like it's the light is getting softer. Maybe because like on the stream, because there's also the big light there, it looks way more. Oh my god, this was an adventure. But let me show you. G depends. Did it turn around? Did it turn around again? I'm sorry if I... No. Okay. Okay, they were falling. That's fine. Like, look at this one. I got this. I understood. I have to get rid of these pants. I got it now. They don't stay up. They have holes, but they're my favorite ones. We saw some skin. Oh, it's legs. Anyway. Wait. This, like, a family from Taiwan gifted me this one. I find it so cute. So I was looking for this one. Finally, I found it. Finally, I found it back. I am exhausted. I am so exhausted. That is beautiful. That is really beautiful. It is fancy for no reason. Oh, I didn't close it. Oh, I'll leave it here, there for a little bit. Oh, I'm so tired. How was your Sunday? What did you do apart from watching me struggle? Oh, there's so many more flowers that we could add another time. All right. Oof. The holy pence of Jesus. That didn't work. I'm sorry it didn't work. I'm sorry. Oh, so many things are still up here that I have to fix. I was using you and Anka screensaver while you were studying. Nice. Nice. Did you study well? Studied? Nice. I feel like this, since like I was doing something chill, it was fine to study, right? Am I too close to you? I feel like I'm very close to you, but I don't want to like move everything. You played a match of rugby on a like games, right? It was a game. Ah, these are all the things that we're missing. In the end, the black paper was enough. In real life? Oh, nice. How did you go? Did you win? Thank you for working out for all of us. Hey. All right. Oh, nice. It's like you're in my room. Am I that close? Am I that close? Sorry. I'll move away in a little bit. This ones, we don't need them. I'm keeping here the things for this. No, I'm not gonna keep here the things for the stairs. Stairs are gone. Stairs are never gonna come back. Get new PJ, please. We don't want to be banned. You don't get banned. It's just you get banned if you show the butt, not like that. Like I'm not showing my butt. Do you want me to put a pair of pants, of PJ pants, on the wish list? You wanna do that? So you can get me those ones. Well, you can find, if you find out a pair on Amazon, you can do it like you can put it in the wish list. You know. Let me put these things back. CEO PJ pants? That would be a dream. That would be so good. Next merch PJ. We could actually do it. It would be lovely if I could like work on like some merch for Christmas, so you can get it as a Christmas gift for yourself if you wanted to. You know, I could do like socks. I could bring back socks, but I don't know if it's possible with them, with the new company that I'm using. I wanted to put on the lights, but I don't think that I have the right batteries. Like it needs 3 big batteries. 3 AA. I don't think that I have them. I don't think that I have 3 AA. Are we back on just chatting, by the way? Let me see if I have the batteries for this one. Let me also remove a little bit. Be right back. Okay, I have it. I actually have them. Not showing, but not showing, but yes. What does she buy? No, I'm not doubting my mods. I'm just doubting that like maybe they're here. You know, maybe they're doing their own shit. You know, I don't want them to think that I think that they have to be here all the time. It's actually very, very thoughtful. You know. Wait. Hold on. Can I not? Can I have it off? Oh, I have to first put this one. How do I? Yeah, you got lights too. Of course you got lights. And this is gently provided to us thanks to Professor Ensam. He got it from the playlist, from the wish list. They can also be like, okay. So like, the glow of Christmas in November. Yes. Wait, let me not. And also putting them up. Nice, sexy vision. What is the end? Okay. Grandma, shut up. Okay. Zero. Fuck, this is... Why I have so many issues with cables today? Okay. So if you like these lights, you can say thank you to Professor. Oh, hey. Almost. Oh, fuck, we have to. No, there's a knot. Well, there's gonna be a knot. That's fine. Only cables. Yes, only cables, Cammy. Only cables. Stop getting attached to each other. Stop. No. Let me skip this song. Okay. What is this? Oh! Dun, 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 dun. Haha! Okay, I'm gonna put this one here. I'll need a lot of this one. Never ending. Never ending tape. Why are we doing this in November? Because it's already Christmas time, my brother. Da 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 da. No! Oh my god. I told you, like, I don't, like, I like Christmas. Like, I like the Christmas decorations. You know, because it's like, it's nice. They're lights, they're like stuff. It just makes the entire new house different. I don't like to get with my family. You know? It's not like something that I, oh my god, I'm so happy I'm gonna see my cousin that hates me. Oh. No, but This is so difficult without showing you my butt. What happened? Where's the music? Hey, yo. I didn't steal anyone's Toblerone. I didn't steal anyone's Toblerone. Are you gonna decorate your house? Or not? Are you gonna just... Do you care about this? I really... I never do. Because I never had enough stuff like to, you know, or a reason, or mostly... Oh, this is getting very garbugliato. This is getting very garbugliato. Okay. Or I had zero power in my house to decide what we were gonna have as the decorations. Just... No! Do you like this playlist? Do you like the playlist? The karaoke playlist? We need more tape. I cannot see. Where is this ending? Ah. Wait, let me do a couple of these. We're gonna go maybe for 2 rounds, I think, around the table, because I have way too many lights. Yeah, we're gonna go for like a ones that goes lower. Fuck again. No. What is this one? Is it something like Britney Spears or something? Fuck again, no. What is this? Hi, boy. Hello. Hi. How are you doing? Are you gonna don't look at my outfit? Listen, I'm wearing my PJ. We're just chilling over here. I mean, I saw boy sleeping on stream, so I mean, I'm alright. We should be kind of fair, aren't we? We're getting ready for Christmas. And it's so not early. It's the perfect time. I still don't know what this song is. Very fair, okay. Like this one here. And then we're done. Nice. You want to look at it? Do you want to see it? Ah! Sorry. What did I say? You know what this song is? What is this song? It looks like a mess. It looks like a mess. Ta-da! Shit. Shit. It looks like a huge mess. Wait. Oh, these ones look like a mess. Oh wait, let me, if I fix these, should be better, right? So much better. I really tried, Kami. Like, if you look at it from here, it doesn't look messy. If you look at it from here, it doesn't look messy. It looks fine from here. ¿A ti te gusta? Gracias, Brian. Beautiful, I would say. Very, very Christmassy. Let me just defocus myself. Wait, as soon as I... Wait, let's focus on the lights. Pretty. Was that my name? Nice, right? Why do you find it Christmassy? Because there's snowflakes. You cannot see, but there are snowflakes. Listen, I like it, alright? Listen, alright? I like it. Stop being mean. You can all see that? Well, they are. Well, they are. Be ready, because the closer we get to Christmas, the more... You thought there were flowers? No, there's snowflakes. The closer we get to Christmas, the more stuff like this we're gonna do. I think... Thank you, Dante. Thank you. You see? You see? Real cool people actually think it's cool. Ha! Nasty tattoo I liked. Are you Yoda? How are you talking? Snowflakes is equal Christmas. No, but like winter. The closer we get to Christmas, the less viewers you will have. AC, weren't you going to bed? AC, weren't you going to bed? I think having them on a line by the edge of the table would be better. Oh, just only on the edge of it? Only on the edge of it? You did sleep already? Did you sleep like 4 hours? AC only? No Christmas hat? No, don't have it. What is this song? Oh no, I thought it was a completely different one. I thought it was a completely different song. Completely different song. How about hat? Show us Melissa's hat from CERN. I'll show it to you like tomorrow. I don't want to go in the other room. I'm scared of like showing you my butt from my PJ. I need to get a new pair, but these are so comfortable. Plus there's puppies on it. I need to get new ones. Is Spin a Wheel available today? No, not really, because we're slowly closing the stream. You see, like, do you hear the music? The music is the one that they put like at the end of the club. This is the music that they put at the end of the club. You know, to tell people that it's going home time. It's going hometown. Yes. You thought it was a 24-hour? Shut up. We can end it with me singing. You know, I don't think that would be alright. I don't think that would be alright. I just sing a song closing time. That would be lovely, wouldn't it? Pants are overrated? Oh, hell yeah. I agree with you. That's why I always wear skirts. But I'm gonna send you to someone that is impersonating the vibes of Christmas. This is Farting Glitter. She is lovely. I hope those are her pronouns. Otherwise, I fucked up and I am so sorry if you're watching this. I'm sorry, Farting. She's playing Valorant right now. She's so fun. She's so nice. You wanted to hear me singing? No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. She's a potato wearing a Christmas hat. So I think that is cool. Be nice to her. All right. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being here while I was building that shit that is, again, covered by the candle. But that thing, I'll let you know. If you follow on Instagram, I'll let you know soon if we have the code. Like a code to redeem to get it like for cheaper. I'm gonna take a rest. Wink, wink, Aria. I'm gonna meet you in Valorant in 10 minutes. This is me taking a rest. But I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, if you need a place where to be, to focus, you know it already. Tomorrow I'll be here at 11 a.m. working out. Well, not working out, like working out, like not working out, but like working. If you are from Verona, or if you're willing to come to Verona to like work out, DM me on Instagram, or maybe it's better on Discord if you can. DM me on Discord, because we're creating like a group of people that we're gonna go to the gym. I think this Friday. But I love you so much, people. I love you so much. Be good, everyone.